After a long 2023 disc golf season, it has all come down to this. Round one of the Disc Golf Pro Tour Championship here at the Matt Keats Memorial Disc Golf Course at Nevin Park in beautiful Charlotte, North Carolina. It's Tournament Central time. One last time this year, Nate, Brian Earhart, Nate Perkins, breaking down the action for the entire week, both divisions. Nevin is a beast. We've played this course in many iterations. We've played it the past 2 years on the Disc Golf Pro Tour for the finale, and now we have another beast of a course. Nate, talk about what we're going to see this week.
Well, honestly, Brian, I think that the new Matt Keats course here at Nevin Park, it might be the hardest course I've ever seen in my life. I mean, I think it's one step more difficult than the infamous Northwoods Black. And this morning, they have one extra layer of difficulty, Brian. It's raining. We're basically in a cloud right now. It's not full-on drops on us, but the tee pads are going to be soaked. The chains are going to be soaked, and it's just cold enough that not all the muscles aren't quite activated. So they're starting to tee off over here on hole one, and I kind of feel for these athletes this morning because even when the tee pads are crisp, the fairways are dry, and the chains are catching, this is a hard course, but it's going to make it so much more difficult to get on your line when that cement gets slick.
Well, this is a course that throughout the week we've heard players say that their practice rounds were well over par. And they say even is going to be even a great round. So with that, I think any stroke advantage you can get going into this finale is huge. And with that, we have to talk about the format, Nate. This is no longer a format where if you get top 8, you get 2 rounds of buys. You have to earn the victory, and you have to play 4 rounds of golf. And with that, over the course of the season, if you are the first-ranked player, you're getting 5 strokes. Second is going to get 4 strokes. Third and fourth get 3, and then all the way down to 8th get 2, all the way down to 12th get 1. And that's starting you today with those strokes under par. And then after the first 2 days, we wash the scores. The top 12 move on to the final day. Nate, talk about what we're going to see.
Oh, I love that format. I love that it's a restart after 2 days, but zooming in on what those strokes are going to do to get you in. Brian, you said it great, that it's like a bye. 5 strokes, 4 strokes, that's like a bye, but you still have to earn it. And the one thing I saw about this course here at Nevin is you can't really just opt to play safe off the tee. What this course asks you to do, you have to hit gaps, and you have to hit gaps with power. You really can't pitch the putter up the fairway because no matter what, you still have to throw it through that 8-foot, that 12-foot gap to even find the fairway. So I really feel like you still have to be aggressive, play for birdie if you want to get those pars. If you start taking your foot off the gas on the tee pad, it's going to make it so hard to scramble up there for par. So 3 strokes, not safe by any means here.
Well, under par strokes in general are going to be extremely coveted. So yes, the 5-stroke advantage that Kristen Tattar has over the rest of the field will definitely help propel her into those finals, which I need to make a correction. MPO is top 12. FPO is going to be top 8 players move on to rounds 3 and 4, where it's a complete wash and a blank slate. With that said, Nevin is not the same as it was last year. We've made a few changes to make the course a little bit more difficult, but to also accommodate some spectators. One of the holes that I want to zoom in on, Nate, I mean, hole 5, hole 6, hole 7, hole 16, all different and playing a little bit more challenging. Hole 6 in particular is one that I want to zoom in on. This was originally hole number 18. This was originally an extremely challenging par 4, but now we've stretched the basket back. Nate, talk about this hole.
Well, I actually just had the opportunity to play this one at the Carolina Clash, and this is the hole that Ricky Wysocki famously birdied back-to-back times to beat Isaac Robinson. But you're not going to recognize this pin position because they backed it up across the creek, turned it into a par 5. A good drive, a good second shot is going to land you down at this old pin position where Ricky made that putt from circle 2, and then it's back across this creek. The OB is not at the creek's edge. It's like 15 feet short, 15 feet long. Most players try to throw something over the top in that MPO division, FPO is going to have to try and hit this gap low. You can see the white stakes right there marking this creek. Look how fat that OP creek is.
So, I mean, when you're playing the setup shot to attack this gap, you have to play right. There's some mounds on the right side of this fairway that you want to challenge as close as possible so your angle is even feasible to get up to the basket. I mean, a birdie on this is going to be extremely challenging. Even if you blast 2 shots, you could find yourself in a spot where you have 0 angle up to the basket. So as much as you have green space to work with, the birdie requires a much smaller sliver. Nate, we also want to talk about hole number 16, another hole that made some changes. Let's fly this hole and talk about that. It changed from a par 4 to a par 3.
Taking a look at this, this is just what you think of when you think of Nevin. I mean, this is such a daunting gap, Brian. You have these first available trees. They're not really in your line of play. They're just in the mine a little bit. It's this one on the left that probably the most hit tree out here at this course. And the thing is, if you hit early, it's not like there's a scramble opportunity up to the pin. You have to hit this line with confidence. And at this point in the round, you kind of know, if you're hitting those gaps or not. This one, it says 270, probably plays closer to 310 or something up the hill, and then this basket is elevated.
It's a tight gap, and like you said, Nate, it's a dealer's choice. Some players are saying, well, the gap is tight, I'm going to throw distance driver. I'm going to try to fight as far up the fairway as I can. Some players are saying I'd rather control the narrative and throw something that I understand, maybe something slower, easier to control the flip point of. But we've heard multiple strategies being implemented on this course. Some players throwing caution to the wind, and some players not wanting to flip the coin and roll the dice as often on this track, which is going to be tough to do. With that said, we have to talk about Kristen Tattar. She has a 5-stroke advantage because she was the number 1 seed. She starts the tournament, at least these first 2 rounds, out at 5 under par. She did not win the Throw Ping Women's Disc Golf Championship. She looked shaky in certain moments. Holland obviously played a great tournament, but it wasn't like she pulled away from the field. Kristen did say, she had some moments where she lacked focus. Do you think she's about to turn on the Jets this week, Nate?
I think so, Brian. I think that second place finish probably added a little extra motivation. And, Kristen shot 23 under par back there at Winthrop. So she had one round where she really looked out of focus and where we really saw her express some emotion during those times of failure. But she's looked great. Like final round, she still came back and made the playoff. She birdied hole 18 for the first time ever for her to push the playoff. That's just brilliant. We didn't talk about that enough. And it was just Holland's week, for Kristen to just barely miss it long on 17 and Holland to stick that green and take the win. I think that she probably is forgetting about that pretty quick. She got over to Nevin right away. I mean, how nice is it, Brian, that U.S. and Throw Pink are just 20 miles down the road.
I think it's fantastic, and I think the one thing I have to note, she won here last year, and with that win, it pushed her above the $100,000 mark in prize money, which you and I have been playing competitively for a while. That's a phenomenal number to hit. She's already there at this point this season. The win here could shoot her into unfathomable record, a record season for cash. She's the best gap hitter on tour right now, with forehand and backhand. Players are going to have the week of their life if they want to catch up to her after 4 rounds. The one saving grace is the fact that the scores do reset after round number 2. So we'll see. It's 2 2-round tournaments, and I think Kristen currently has a huge advantage. With that said, she has 3 other players joining her on this feature card today to track her down and make it into the finals. Let's hear what they all had to say earlier this week at the press conference.
Having played so well throughout the year, it's nice to be able to kind of get a ticket to the semifinals or whatever, like it was previously. Kind of really reward the people that played very, very good throughout the season. But I think that having the potential to still make it through to the finals maybe a little easier because of that stroke advantage is going to be exciting. It'll create storylines either way, because if you go in with a stroke advantage and you don't advance, that's a dramatic storyline. And then if you do advance, it's like, okay, that she did what she needed to do and advanced.
You're throwing a bunch of forehands out here, and you like to throw the forehand on some steep flex lines. Do you feel like you can kind of get away with that on every tee shot out here? Are you able to throw the big flex on every shot?
Not every tee pad, like some for sure. Some maybe I can get away from some up shot, but some of the hole you need to throw backhand, like hyzer and hyzer. I feel like, but it's great to have both, like backhand and sidearm, and I can flag, or I can just throw a little bit hyzer. Like I said, this court require every shot, like backhand, sidearm. If you have both, you kind of have what do you call, a better chain advantage. I just try to not hit the tree as much.
Yeah, it's really been just kind of back to business because we had this quick turnaround here.
What is going to be a solid round out here, and is that advantage for you going to be a big deal?
I think it will, because I think a round even or a couple strokes under is going to do really well. I don't know that it's going to play much easier or harder than it really did last year. I think all of the holes that were really hard last year are the same. Maybe scrambling in a couple spots is going to be a little easier because they made room for spectators. But they kind of got rid of some of the dinkier par threes that were in the woods in favor of some of the more open holes or lengthening some holes. So I think it'll play about the same score-wise. I think around even will be good.
Well, Nate, starting at 4 under par to start the tournament, your 2 seed after the entire 2023 season, Missy Ganon. I also have to say, we talk about Kristen's gap hitting abilities. I would have to say, if I think about the rest of the field, Missy might be number 2 in that category. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts are is there live betting in disc golf, and are we allowed to bet, Brian? Because I'm putting my chips on Missy Ganon for sure. I love Missy off the tee here. I mean, that's the name of her game, is hit gaps and make putts. She doesn't have a ton of speed. She dials down on those thrashers and the mantis, and she just does this right here, Brian. She's able to putt. She's the best situational putter, if you ask me. Mm-hmm. She can go to that straddle stance right there, and she can hit those soft Annie putts around trees. And that's another thing that we haven't keyed in on about Nevin, is there is so many situational putts out here where you're putting slightly uphill, you're putting around a tree. Very rarely, Brian, are you just going to have flat ground and a basket wide open in front of you.
And it feels like because of that, a spin putter has an advantage out here, a little bit higher of a release, being able to kind of pop their wrist on different angles rather than someone with more of a straight arm push putt that kind of comes from a lower angle. I think Missy has a big advantage just with the skeleton of her putt, so to speak. But yeah, I'd put her right up there with Kristen Tattar, Scoggins as great situational putters. And Nate, I think Missy has an opportunity to stick more fairways than anybody too, because of the fact that she doesn't feel tempted to blast down these fairways. She's going to stick to her skill set. She's going to stick to her strengths. That's something that she's really good at. I think those mantises are going to fly pretty far down these fairways. With that said, Scoggins has a completely different play style. She's going to be throwing a lot of flex forehands out here, Nate. She won the Carolina Clash playing a very similar layout to here.
Yep.
We always talk about her flex sidearms and how much fairway they need to fully fly. It's not like she's throwing these frozen rope lines. She's not hyzer flipping the forehand. You've played here. You've walked these fairways. Do you feel like the win at Carolina Clash was a fluke because of that? Or do you think she truly does have what it takes to stretch these fairways with the flex sidearm?
Yeah, I don't think that Owen's game really matches up with Nevin on paper, because I don't think that there's enough space for those big flex line that she throws. But she did shoot under par at the difficult course. There's only 3 holes different. It's these new holes 1, 17, and 18 that they didn't play back at the Clash. But she shot an impressive under par round, and the field there was actually pretty stacked. I mean, of course, it didn't have Kristen, didn't have Missy, Hall, and Ella, but it had a lot of really talented players and a lot of really talented local players, and she looked great. She was also the runner-up here last year, Brian. The thing about Owen is that she can putt her way to a competitive round, regardless of if she's able to throw those flex lines or not. And the backhand, she gets a little straighter. Honestly, this is one of those courses, B, where it really matters where your equipment's at. Like, do you have that disc that's flying straight right there? Do you have that disc that once you get it to a certain speed, is it dragging off to the right just perfect for you? Some players are coming to this course going, hey, my bag is set up for this. Other players are like, I don't even know what discs I'm going to throw.
I know exactly what you're saying, because there's shapes that are so specific that you might not have a driver in your bag that flies that exact understable line that you want. You might have understable discs in your bag, but it's so specific out here that if you want to stretch the fairways long, you have to have a very specific disc. I actually talked to a few players that are doing exactly that. Also have to talk about, on this feature card, your Throw Pink Women's Disc Golf Championship champion, Holland Handley, who took down her first big win. Ella Hansen had to dye her hair pink because of it. She's riding high right now. She's riding the confidence, and she's playing really solid.
Yeah, certainly glowing just a bit at the players' dinner last night. You know, we've seen in the past what this can do to a player's confidence when they win their first big tournament. That pressure is not on their shoulders anymore. And Holland is a player where she's either hitting the gaps or she's not able to find the line. And we saw earlier in the year, I believe it was Mid-America, we saw a new skill being developed from Holland. She was able to take those putters, take those buzzes, and find the gap at slower speeds. Now, she told us then that she's not normally able to find that. So if she's able to find that early here, it's going to make a big difference. Another thing is that Holland has strokes. She has strokes. So these first 2 rounds, I don't think there's going to be as much pressure on her. Because honestly, I'd be shocked if we saw 5 players under par, Brian. I think that there's a chance that there's not a single FPO player under par this morning at Nevin.
Well, I agree with you. I think it's going to be a real challenge to shoot well under par on this course. I think we could see a couple 1, 2, 3 under pars. I'm open to being surprised. The one thing I will have to say before we kick into a quick break about Holland is that her miss has to be left. She has such a beautiful stretch out sidearm that if you're scrambling on this course, you need to be missing on that left side. If you're going to be in the rough, you want to be on that side. So she can stretch out, pop those distance forehands. That's a huge advantage that she has over the rest of the field. With that said, we talked about Ella Hansen's pink hair. Well, we're going to see pink hair Ella this week at the Tour Championship. We'll talk Ella on the other side of this commercial break.
Friendship isn't defined by time spent together,
but rather by moments shared.
Moments that are warm,
exciting,
and new. When you're outfitted for all that's out there,
even the ordinary becomes extraordinary.
So here's to taking a moment to appreciate every moment, made outside together.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines in NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
We're here with Dustin Keegan and Nate Sexton. Nate, Tell us where we are.
Yeah, McKinley Elementary School in Salem, Oregon. This is my daughter's elementary school, so I know it well. The kids are really excited, which I'm happy about. I wasn't really sure how much buy-in we would get from every grade level, but I'd say pretty much across the board so far, everyone's excited to get their chance to throw and cheering each other on and just having a good time with disc golf. So I think great success on all fronts.
You can watch the Disc Golf Pro Tour Championship and more pro disc golf coverage on the Disc Golf Network. Use the code TCLIVE at checkout for 20% off your first month subscription. Scan the QR code or hit the link in the description below to subscribe today. And come into the off season after this fantastic Disc Golf Pro Tour Championship. So much good content on the way. With that said, we're just starting the Pro Tour Championship. I'm here with PDGA's Hayden Henry. Hayden, this is a new format modeled after professional golf. Can you enlighten us a little bit more on what your thoughts are?
Yeah, definitely an exciting change. Like you said, modeled after the FedEx playoffs. I think Jeff Spring kind of nailed it yesterday. Like, the players have momentum going on, and the fans want to see more golf. So I think you said it best too. Like, those 5 strokes for Kristen, that could be a little tree insurance a little bit, because they're out here. Nevin is looking beautiful. These finishing holes on 17 and 18 are incredible. Can't wait to see all the fans out. 4 days of exciting stuff coming up.
Well, it's been a long season. We've had so much disc golf. We've been coast to coast multiple times. What is your reflection on this year from the PDGA side?
Oh, just an incredible year on the Elite Series. We don't know what's going to happen, coming into every single championship Sunday. It's been wild. So, while this is the grand finale of the Elite Series, we're closing in on 10,000 sanctioned events for the PDGA. Still plenty of golf left out to close out the season. If you renew or join now, you get the rest of 2023 and all of 2024. You get a 50% discount on the Disc Golf Network, so you can watch this incredible conclusion to the Elite Series and get out and play some golf of your own.
With that said, we are just beginning this Tour Championship. 4 rounds of golf. We have Ella Hansen, who talked to us earlier in the week. Let's take a listen to what she had to say.
It's probably a little more orangey than I was hoping for. I think we could have let the bleach go a little bit more, but I also did not want to burn my scalp off, so I'm happy with the result. It's been a really good season. I feel like I'm really happy with what I've done. I personally really enjoy the life on the road. I think it really suits me. And then in terms of play, like you said, I feel like I've had some really, really good moments. Obviously some pretty big disappointments as well, but I think I've done a really good job of learning from those moments and building up a good foundation for the future. And I know I have stuff this offseason that I want to work on, but I also feel like my game has definitely grown a lot this year, and hopefully I can keep building on that.
I've only played 1 round. I think it's one of those courses that you can just show up to, and whatever will be, will be. So that's what I'm coming out here to do. I think my mid-range and putter game's it needs to come out. I need to play safe, but I need to know when to be aggressive. It's weird, but I like it.
You're saying the course is weird?
No, I'm weird. I play weird, but the course is nice.
Well, first we want to talk about Ella Hansen, who could be ushering in a new character on the tour. Pink hair Ella very well could shoot some different golf out here. Nate, she's known for the big distance. What's her advantage out here in the woods?
Well, I think that Ella said something that I have to key in on is she said that she feels like she's a different player. And the biggest thing that I saw from Ella is that when she was struggling out there, she didn't panic. And she was able to turn a bad round or an average round into something special because she dialed back the anxiety, and she was able to find birdies on the back 9, where a year or two years ago when we first saw Ella is when she was having a bad round, she would let that snowball her mentality, and she wasn't able to rally like we see some of the better athletes do. That's one of the things about Nevin, Brian, is that yeah, it's a hard physical test because you have to hit these small gaps, but how are players going to react when they haven't hit a line for the first 6 holes? Like, you haven't hit a line for the first 6. Well, you still have 12 more to go where you have to hit a line with confidence. So are you going to be swayed when you hit the first 6 available trees, Brian? Like, that's what I want to see is, when do you give up? I don't think Ella Hansen really has that button anymore. She's not able to give up. Like, she knows that she's going to get birdies on the back stretch if she stays with it, and that's what we're going to key in on this week.
Well, and Nate, you hit the nail on the head. You can miss by a little bit on a course like Winthrop and still be safe. You can be dissatisfied with how you're throwing the disc and still shoot a good round. If you're dissatisfied with the way you're throwing the disc here, your score is automatically going to reflect it. Scrambling here is really hard. The angles are really hard. You have to hit fairways. You have to hit gaps out here. I mean, I think players should keep their own scorecard for just gap hitting. I think that would be a good litmus test for how good their round is going to go. With that said, Kat Mertz earlier in the week actually told me that she's still dreaming huge. I mean, she's achieved her dreams on the tour. She's gotten 2 wins. So emotional when she won Jonesboro in her home state of Arkansas. Her mom coming up to hug her after she won. Just a phenomenal moment here on tour. But I asked her what her dreams are now. She still is saying, I'm going to be number 1. I'm going to beat Kristen Tattar. Kristen set a high bar. I'm going to come meet it, and I'm going to come surpass it. What do you think about that, and what are your thoughts?
I love Kat Mertz's chances here. I mean, that was one of the highlights of the year, I felt like, was seeing her emotion there at Jonesboro, and then she had that commanding win up in Washington State. And one thing that Kat does not lack is confidence. I mean, she said she got 1 round in, and you show up and whatever is. So I really feel like confidence is what you need out here, because you're right. You said something that I have to agree with, is that if you miss by just a little bit, it's going to be so punishing. What does that do to your confidence, though? You threw the right disc. You threw it at the right height, the right speed. You just missed the line by inches. Now you're going to take a double bogey. Now, when you step up on the next tee, are you thinking about that double bogey? Or are you going to remind yourself that actually you threw a beautiful shot? Exactly. You were just barely offline. There was nothing wrong with the timing, nothing wrong with your hips. All the mechanics were there. Does it shake your confidence? It's not really going to shake Kat Mertz's confidence.
There is a level of surrender that needs to happen out here. I mean, results do not reflect how good one feels as a player. There's a lot of rolling of the dice out here. With that said, I still don't think there is a better course to have this Tour Championship on. Barbasol again stepping up big time to beef up the purse again. Biggest purse again ever. Look at this payout structure, Nate. $40,000 for first place. Nate, a decade ago, $40,000 in a season was you being a top 5 player in the world. So, Nate, what do you think about this? This is incredible stuff.
Yeah, this is groundbreaking payout right here, Brian. And I mean, this I feel like is a big part of why there's so many children like committing themselves to the game. So many teenagers are like, I want to be a professional disc golfer. It's for people like Barbasol throwing cash at the Tour Championship here. What a treat to be a part of it.
We're going to wrap things up here at Tournament Central. We're going to send you down on the ground. Hole number 1. We have action starting for the Disc Golf Pro Tour Championship. Nate, we're signing off. We'll see you out there.
Feeling great starts with a great shave. Today, the world is in the palm of your hand. Or at least this can is. For over 100 years, Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants, and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
Repetitive stress injuries are one of the most common reasons that disc golfers have to take time off from playing the sport they love. With the average disc golf bag weighing up to 25 pounds, this can add up to over 2,000 pounds of accumulated stress on your body during a single round. A cart gives you the ability to bring what you need on the course without the repetitive heavy lifting. This reduces the number of stress points you experience during a round, keeping you at your best.
Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Down.
Aggressive play for Ganon Burr. Good. That's fantastic. Way to go, Parker. That was so cool.
Good morning and welcome to the Matt Keats Memorial Disc Golf Course in Nevin Park in Charlotte, North Carolina. We're here for the semifinals of the 2023 Disc Golf Pro Tour Championship presented by Barbasol. Our current conditions in Charlotte show us 59 degrees, 95% humidity, winds light at 7 miles per hour coming out of the east and northeast. Welcome in, everyone. I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, joined alongside four-time world champion and Hall of Famer Valerie Jenkins. Val, it all comes down to this. They've been playing all year long. We're here at the Pro Tour Championship, and we have a new format.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I mean, these players that have played well all season, they do get quite an advantage in these first two rounds, and I think they're going to need to use them. It's nice to have a little bit of those mulligans when you're out playing on a wooded course, and the players that didn't play so well, they're going to have to fight their way to get into the finals.
Well, as we're here in the semifinals, we have 20 FPO competitors. They'll play 2-round semis today and tomorrow, and the starting strokes will be awarded based on their tour points. Our top 8 FPO will qualify for the finals, and the tour points are the tiebreaker, and I'm guessing that's certainly going to come into play come Friday night. Our finals is where the scores will completely reset. 8 FPO players will play 2 rounds to determine a tour champion. And as we were speaking of those starting strokes here with our new format, of course, our points leader and now 2-time world champion, Kristen Tattar, has 5 strokes that she's starting with. So she's already 5 under before stepping onto the course. Missy with 4. Scoggins and Holland Handley each have 3. Ella Hansen, Kat Murch, along with Katrina Allen and Haley King, all are at 2 under. Hokum, Valadiaz-Weiss, and Allie Smith all 1 under, and the rest start at even. And Ella Hansen, you see, has those 2 strokes. She may or may not have some additional superpowers, as she lost a bet with her good friend Holland Handley as to whoever took down the first large-scale event would get to choose the hair color for her good friend. And we saw Holland Handley take down throw pink. That helped inspire the pink hair for Ella Hansen. They've talked openly about the idea if that's going to help propel her into a good weekend and maybe seek some revenge. Here's what it looked like during practice.
What is that? What is that? It's the freaking hair, dude! Woo! Ah! Oh, don't run through the woods, it's dangerous. I told you I heard James. Look at that, Ruby. Wow. Jesus.
Superpowers? Possibly? Ella Hansen, 375-foot ace during practice. Looks like she's ready to go, and good friend Chandler Fry out there and on the bag.
I believe that's Ella's first ace on tour. So we'll see if she can do it again when it counts in an actual round.
Well, she's inside the circle on her opening hole number 1. Very different approach coming in from Kat Murch, going with the high turnover.
Okay.
And that's caught up considerably short.
Next up, please put your hands together for Miss Haley King.
Haley, who has in the last few years moved from Wisconsin down to the Charlotte area. She'll be in shallow circle 2.
Rounding out our card, please put your hands together for Miss Katrina Allen.
We saw Katrina highlights in the opening teaser, winning at Las Vegas, then winning the Preserve this year. So 2-time champion on the tour. And talk about different approaches. Going with the roller. Perfectly controlled speed, distance. Great shot from Katrina.
And she has all the tools and resources in her bag. She's also got Austin Hannum carrying it for her. So off to a great start. We're going to immediately dial this up as a patented moment coming from Katrina Allen. We've seen her throw plenty of flip-ups, and now going with a full Anheuser roller that rolls around the pin. And we can thank our friends over at Sunstein Law for helping out any patents, copyrights, anything you might need from them to protect your intellectual property. Head on over to sunsteinlaw.com.
I'm going to assume that's going to be a well-protected, patented shot. I'm not sure we're going to see any other rollers from our FPO division on this hole. You have to be so accurate on the angle of release, you know, how it's hitting the ground, what disc you choose. There's so much involved when throwing an accurate roller like that.
I think one thing that I love about her is even if you go out of bounds very late, as she was kind of pushing toward it as it was curling around, you're still not that far from the pin. So you have the opportunity to potentially still get the par with a good putt. See the approach there by Murch. king from shallow circle 2.
Cat already having to do work. This is for par.
So Cat will be opening with a bogey here on hole 1. Friend Leosinigini on the bag. Now Hansen, opportunity for birdie. And first birdie of the day that we've seen on hole number 1. She started with 2 strokes. She was 2 under. Now she'll move to 3 under through the first hole.
So Katrina within a meter of the OB on the right-hand side. Still a putt to think about for birdie on 1.
And just like that, Katrina Allen also moves to 3 under. We'll take a quick break.
Feeling great starts with a great shave. Today, the world is in the palm of your hand. Or at least this can is. For over 100 years, Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Billy Rossini and I go back to 2007, I believe. Billy was one of the guys that was actually sponsored in Charlotte by Innova. He said, hey, here's my product, and I was already in. All the scoring that we do in our sport now is all digital. Having some sort of backup power source is going to be really important. We feel that it's good quality product. And having a stash pack that holds the cable that connects to any device, it just works. It's not just my business partner, it's my friend. And so that's why this thing really works for me.
Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Down.
Get ready for an electrifying fusion of disc golf and art. Disc Golf Strokes, a Uplay fundraiser that will creatively blow your mind, featuring some of the biggest names in professional disc golf. Each 6-foot canvas is up for auction along with the artist's smocks, disc brushes, and other exclusive disc golf items. Every dollar helps fund Uplay's educational events, and we're currently raising money for our trip to Uganda and Kenya, Africa this October. Disc Golf Strokes, where the thrill of the game meets the power of art to benefit the world.
Friendship isn't defined by time spent together,
but rather by moments shared.
moments that are warm
Exciting.
and new. When you're outfitted for all that's out there.
Even the ordinary becomes extraordinary.
So here's to taking a moment to appreciate every moment, made outside together.
Yeah, and talking about talent, here's Jonathan.
Stepping up to tee off, looking very good.
Look at those muscles, working that drive.
Well, he clearly works out, and that drive is amazing.
Oh my God, once in a lifetime shot.
Not for Jonathan, it isn't.
I'm going to keep my eye on this guy.
Not going to be very hard considering how good he looks.
Ska du kasta eller?
Ja.
Checka det här. Jävlar.
Snyggt.
We're rejoining Sarah Holcomb, throwing her third on hole 3. Just outside the bullseye. She'll go on to tap that in for birdie. Now Ella Hansen, tee of 2.
And just the smallest tree kick can send you so far off the fairway.
Now Allie Smith with her third.
Very smooth approach.
And even closer than what we saw from Holcomb.
And that's the tree to beat for Katrina. She's going to be fighting through those trees, I believe on the left-hand side. At 360 some feet, these players are throwing a full power shot. And if you connect with a tree at full power, send you so far off target. Speaking of off target, that was way to the left for Haley. I'm not sure where that ended up.
Now Jessica Weiss, a jumper. Yes. Finding the bottom of the basket. Weiss picking up a birdie on hole 3. And Kat Murch lacing the fairway, a late tree kick, trying to immediately negate the bogey she picked up on the opening hole. What a shot by Kat Murch.
Wow, truly using the entire fairway here. And the fairway's not too wide. You can see right off of the tee, they're climbing uphill. And this is where it starts to bend. The backhand shots need to stay on the left-hand side of these bent trees so that they can continue flying straight with that turnover flight. And for Kat's disc to hyzer back at the end allowed her to stay in the fairway and maintain that straight flight that you need to get to the basket. She has quite the advantage of puring that shot.
Kat's found her lie on the left side of fairway and not much forward progress. Oh, and Scoggins, our champion from the Great Lakes Open over in Michigan, often talks about how any one of those putters, it doesn't really seem to matter. She's got them all ready to go. She doesn't favor one over another. In fact, she says she's just ready to pick them up and then roll with whichever one's in her hand. It doesn't matter.
Give her a paper plate and she'll putt better than me.
Well, she's got some of what we've seen from her this year, including her best finish as the D-Glow champion we just mentioned. She wasn't able to finish at the World Championship, although she did take down the Masters Worlds. A memorable moment, ace at Texas State's, or possibly the celebration we saw at D-Glow. And right now her total cash for the season, $66,363. Looking to improve upon that and have a new personal best, which would improve upon the previous record she set for herself last year. King with her second and fights out, but still has work to do. Allen with her third.
Just too high of a release, causing it to fade off to the right. It's going to be a tester putt left, about 20 feet.
Weiss on the tee of 4.
Wow, that really fought its way back to the fairway after a wide right release.
Ella marking her line, trying to find position here for her second. Solid recovery shot for Hansen.
I have to think that she's going to need to rely on recovery, scrambling. That is going to be the name of the game out here if you aren't hitting the line perfectly. You could see even Kat Merch here looking surprised to see where her disc ended up. Fighting through all those trees at the very end.
So King just pitches up next to the basket. That's going to be a tap-in bogey. Just sliding off the chain. That's going to be a double bogey for Katrina Allen. Finally getting to her drive. Closest to the pin and then some. Kat Merch. Just like that. Is in for birdie. And our two-time world champion and our points leader here in the 2023 season, Kristen Tattar. She's teeing off on the other side of the break.
Cursed by fate. Wolf. Torn between man and beast.
I love competing in disc golf, but lately I just feel too dangerous. It feels irresponsible to be out there.
James, you're the best man I know. You gotta stay on tour.
Brace yourself for a tale of horror that will make your blood run cold. James Conrad is the Wolfman.
Can you feel it? It's fresh and something completely new. It's something that connects us with nature and where we care about what's around us. At Pure Disc, we believe that every small step counts. Our bags, made from recycled materials, may just be a drop in the ocean, but we believe this is the beginning of something. Pure Disc golf bags are waiting for you on our website, puredisc.net, with same-day worldwide shipping wherever you are.
The Toro is really good for short backhand and forehanded approaches. I really love it when the wind picks up a little. I can trust it to still fade towards the basket. Developing the Toro with Dave, I was looking for a low profile, slow disc that was good for forehand and backhand approaches. And through several iterations, we finally landed on this disc. You know, having my name on it, it's just, you know, the cherry on top.
TeamDiscraft.com. All the team favorites on one site.
The Tour Championship is brought to you by Barbasol, the American original for over 100 years. Kristen, and our top 4 performers from the 2023 season ready to go on the tee of one.
Welcome to our 9:55 a.m. tee time. This is our FPO lead card of the 2023 Disc Golf Pro Tour Championship presented by Barbasol. This morning it is my distinct honor to announce our lead card. First up, please give a warm welcome to Miss Kristen Tattar.
Short but safe for Kristen.
Next on the tee, please give a warm welcome to Miss Missy Ganon.
Great shot from Missy.
Next up, please put your hands together for Miss Scoggins.
Owen and Holland both come into the round at 3 under to get their tournament and semifinal round started. Owen will flirt with the OB, but comes up safe.
Rounding out our card, please give a warm welcome to Miss Holland. Handley.
Holland coming off the biggest win of her career just a few days ago over at the Winthrop Arena, taking down the Throw Pink Championship. Certainly love how this one sets up for her and her forehand.
If it's got the power, it can get a nice skip forward. Oh my, that was a lucky break. Champ love, some might say.
So. Yeah, not quite parking it, but pretty close.
Oh, Terry. I mean, immediately coming out of her hand so low with a sharp angle. You knew it was going to find its way near the parking lot and hitting that parking curb. Bouncing back in bounds. She's going to have a look.
Yeah, she's going to have to curb her enthusiasm as well as we take a look at Val's keys here, brought to us by blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store. Val, what are you thinking out here?
Well, Terry, the name of the game, you gotta hit the gap. There are so many very narrow fairways out here, and if you can hit the gap, you're going to have some confidence in your driving for each tee that you step on. And you gotta know the format. when it comes down to it in tomorrow's round specifically, if it comes down to those last few holes and you're out of it, you need to give it everything you got. Run at the putts that you might not think about in a regular round because you want to make it to the finals.
And Jessica Weiss with her third shot right next to the pin. She will go on to make par from there. So off to a great start here for Jessica Weiss. Kristen with a chance to already extend her lead. And just off the basket for Kristen. A good bid from circle 2. However, she'll remain at 5 under.
That just goes to show how she just understands the flight of her putt. Throwing it nice and flat, but then knowing it's going to hyzer at the very end. So accurate from that distance.
And very first tree available for Ella Hansen. As you're just talking about hitting the gap, that is trouble for Hansen. A low effort from Missy Ganon. So she'll escape with a par. Not exactly shocking. Scoggins making a putt. Also making it look easier than I am to announce it. Scoggins in for birdie. Handley, also an opportunity for birdie.
And you have to imagine Holland is feeling so confident after last weekend. Throughout this entire season, she has been so close. She has, put herself in great positioning, but then fallen short. Last weekend, she was able to overcome that hurdle and take down her first big win on tour.
And now Ella Hansen, this is her third shot on the par 5. Bending it around nicely, but plenty of work to do. We'll see if she can fight back and still possibly escape with a par. Here's Vela Diaz. This is her par look on 4. Circle 2 and has no problems pulling it in left side. Murch with her second. And hitting the gap she saw right in front of her there. Tia 5 with Weiss.
The only player to creep above that cut line at the moment.
That's the first.
Val, you heard it from her. She said, I hit the gap. I'm happy. I think that's a pretty consistent philosophy throughout the entire weekend. Anytime that you can hit the gap.
Hit the gap, land in the fairway, and there's no stopping you on this course. There's just so much trouble on any one of these fairways, left, right, just very thick rough. You can find yourself adding up the strokes if you're off the fairway.
Here's Kat Murch now with her third on the par 5. And she's deep. Still be a look for birdie now. Back with Scoggins. Owens pushed to 4 under with the birdie on the first hole.
And again, getting a little help from the course.
She'll take it. That's about circle's edge. So Holland with another birdie look. Off to a great start so far. And this looks perfect. Kristen at circle's edge, missing all of the trees. And Hansen now throwing her fourth. Can she still get a par out of this? Chances look good. What a recovery after that first tree available hit off the tee.
Missy leaves that low, but again, seeing that nice hyzer flight at the end. Wow, Brian, you're not in the best spot over there. Or maybe you are. That's why the players are finding you.
They're just trying to play catch with him as we're taking a look at Missy in the Zuka replay. Brian, a couple of very clean shots. Overall, looks like this card, not too many troubles here on 2.
Well, especially on that right side gap, that is a really tight gap to hit. And also with the uphill initially off the tee, you don't get to throw it too high. You kind of have to crest the hill with just a couple feet of wiggle room. And yeah, these are some great shots. It's rare to see so many looks on this hole.
Appreciate it. And everyone, yes, that is the voice of Brian Earhart, who will be out there all weekend long. You can also hear from him and Nate Perkins during Tournament Central before and after each and every round. Now Scoggins has a clean line to the basket. Shouldn't be a problem for her to get up there to save the par. And well inside the circle. And that was Haley's par look. So that's going to be back-to-back bogeys for King. A very slow start. Handley's great drive will result in a par. And Missy's awarded a clean line to the basket. Just a matter if she wants to stretch out to the left or to the right.
You really have to use so much leg power in a straddle stance like this, especially on the elevated basket. Great timing, perfect height of release. Especially after such a great drive, it's nice to take advantage of that.
So much of our field commenting during the press conference about just how difficult birdies will be to come by throughout this entire weekend. Off to a good start for Missy. Now Kristen. For the second time in a row, Kristen draws medal on a birdie look, but she'll settle for par. And Owen is in for the par. And Missy Ganon with the birdie now is tied up with Kristen at 5 under. Battle continues. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Feeling great starts with a great shave. Today, the world is in the palm of your hand. Or at least this can is. For over 100 years, Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Join the Paul Macbeth Foundation's Builders Club to help bring sustainable disc golf experiences to people and communities around the world. Your donation will go directly to making a difference. Together, we can make a big impact, one small donation at a time.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines that NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
Repetitive stress injuries are one of the most common reasons that disc golfers have to take time off from playing the sport they love. With the average disc golf bag weighing up to 25 pounds, this can add up to over 2,000 pounds of accumulated stress on your body during a single round. A cart gives you the ability to bring what you need on the course without the repetitive heavy lifting. This reduces the number of stress points you experience during a round, keeping you at your best.
Now Missy on the tee of 3. Tree free. After the birdie by Murch, we're seeing on tee of 4. And also a pure shot.
These tee shots are looking pretty similar on 3 and 4. Nice placement shot there for Owen.
Owen continues to massage and feel that right forearm. She's been struggling with injury going all the way back to the World Championship at the beginning of September. Is really the first time we had heard of it. As Ella Hansen hits a late tree and kicks off to the right side of the fairway. Handley kicks a tree on the left side, pushes to the right. Not much distance, but not the worst kick in the world either. And Kristen connects with a tree, but goes essentially toward the fairway, so not the most punishing of kicks. And forced just to pitch out. Kristen with her second.
So the fairway starts off with a bend from right to left and finishes with a bend from left to right. Consider that a win. She's just a foot or two on the right-hand side.
Weiss with her third, right next to the pin. Should be a par save coming up for her.
much smack dab in the center of the fairway. Goes with the maybe a straight layup. She wasn't really trying to push the flight too much on that one, or push the distance either. But it's just so painful watching Owen after each shot, kind of grimacing and holding her arm.
And it seems as if the backhands are the ones that hurt her more than the forehands do.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing until I saw her forehand shot on hole 1 today. But it's been a long season for everyone, and I'm sure Owen is thinking in her head of, maybe taking a break. But she does live in a warm climate, and I'm sure there's some tournaments that are still looming in the late season. But I hope she takes a break. Let's just say that.
She kind of indicated that depending on how this weekend goes, that may or may not determine what her off-season looks like. If she cashes in a big check, she said vacation is more so in her foresight.
Take a break. Oh, that arm needs it.
Here's Ganon. Leaks to the left side.
We see a lot of that rope lining the fairways, that spectator rope.
Hansen with her third shot, looking to save par. Can Murch set herself up for birdie with a great second shot? And the answer is yeah, she's inside the circle with an open look.
Going to be a tighter forehand angle for Holland being on this right-hand side. Great height. Beautiful, right at circle's edge.
So Handley will have a look for eagle.
And a lot of these holes, they may look familiar, but they're not matching up to the numbers. There's been quite a bit of adjustments on the course. There's new holes, new numbering.
Ella Hansen not able to save the par. So that will be a bogey. That will be her first of the day.
She's still learning that superpower. You can see her body moving, trying to get the disc.
Kristen's third finds a tree. That's going to give her a long look, possibly for birdie, but likely a par coming for Kristen. And that was Haley King for par. Doesn't convert, so that'll be her third bogey in a row. King, a very slow start.
Yeah, you have to minimize the errors on this course. If you think of Haley King, if she played this course for par, she'd be finishing today's round at 2 under.
And speaking of 2 under, Kat Murch, 2 under for today's round. She also had 2 starting strokes. That's how she's sitting 4 down in the opening of our semifinals.
And just to put it in perspective, the best round that we saw at a last year's event was 5 under from Valerie Mondahano. So again, Kristen Tattar, if she comes out of this round even par, she'll have that 5-stroke advantage going into the second round. Kind kind of takes some pressure. It relieves a little pressure with the advantage that these players have with the strokes that they have accumulated through the season.
Ganon's forehand quite effective. Shove a look inside the circle. And Phil Delone right there to help replace the spectator rope, which they're able to move. And now Ella Hansen.
That went so far past the basket. It's a big comeback putt.
So Ella right back to where she started the day, which is 2 under. Kristen far enough that she's going with the standstill forehand and not her best approach shot. Now has that left for her par. And as we were saying, she's even for today's round so far, but she came in 5 under, and that is due to the starting stroke she's awarded for having the season's best overall point standings. She was awarded 5 strokes. Missy Ganon was awarded 4. Owen Scoggins, along with Holland Handley, both were at 3 under before they even threw their first shot today. I don't know what kind of superpower that is, but I'd love to show up to a course before the tournament starts and already be under par. Some of the rewards after a very long season and a ton of great play. Ganon for birdie.
And I do like this format. You know, we have everybody that is qualified for the event playing from the start. In the previous formats, the best players didn't get to play the course until maybe the 3rd round in. And so really playing it the more times, you get more comfortable. You play a little bit more confidently, and that was a very solid putt from Holland.
And Brian, as we're talking about the format for this year, recently changed up for the 2023 season, did you get any additional feedback from the players as to what they're thinking about it?
Yeah, I think it was really mixed. I think some players, especially the ones that were very familiar with golf and how the PGA had done it in the past with the FedEx Cup, I think they really liked the idea of, yes, rewarding players for doing really well over the course of the season, but still making them have to earn the championship. You know, if you want to win, you have to play 4 very solid rounds out here. So with that, I do agree with that. There's other players that still thought, you know, if I earned it over the course of a full season, give me that round bye. It really wasn't a consensus or like an overall consensus. So I'm interested to see how it plays out this week. I think on a course like Nevin, any stroke under par advantage is phenomenal. That's like tree kick insurance right there.
Appreciate the insight, Brian. And Brian also has already reached out to our friends over at Sunstein Law. He's working on that tree kick insurance. He wants to protect that line of his, and I'm here for it. I love it. And trying to miss all the trees. Cap Murch, who is off to a hot start here today. Beautiful drive back with Jessica Weiss. This is hole 6, and if you were here last year, which we know you were, that is actually the old hole 18 as Weiss is inbounds. It's also been extended and now features an island green. Hansen, Tia 5.
Way too easy.
Yeah,
last
certainly.
Year. Not.
Pair of tree kicks for Hansen. T of 3, Scoggins. excuse me, tee of 4.
It looks very similar. Again, hyzer off of the tee. Hole 4 plays as a par 4 as opposed to the par 5 on hole 3. 640 feet, but carrying that right to left turn the entire way. Just perfect, bending right in front of that last tree on the right-hand side, riding the fairway.
And you're not mad at that. Great shot by Ganon. Kristen nearly matching the same shot we just saw from Ganon. Looks like umbrellas are being put away, and hopefully not much of a concern as we move throughout the rest of this opening round. Ella with her second on hole number 5.
We have yet to see a birdie on hole 5, ranking as the second most difficult hole so far.
Weiss lining up her third.
Get in. Oh, nice shot.
And that should be an easy tap in. And Brian, one of the things we're seeing on not only the holes changing in terms of the number and the order, we're also seeing a few adjustments to the course, specifically there over on 6, the old 18. Have you accumulated any additional thoughts on that particular hole?
Yeah, that's going to be one that the players are going to have to unpack throughout the week. As if original 18 last year was not hard enough, they stretched this pin back into the woods. They made one of the creeks OB. It's forcing that second or third shot to hug the right side before you attack the woods. Yeah, I don't know. I actually have to go into that one with a pretty open mind this week because I think it's going to play really hard, but some of the players have gotten pretty creative already, so we'll just have to see.
Appreciate it, Brian, and we've seen that so far. Jessica seems to have a good plan of attack on that particular hole. Kristen discussing possible options and ideas with her fiancé Silver.
So we are seeing just a little bit too much on the left-hand side. So now she has to rely on a turnover forehand.
Doesn't get much better than that from where she was.
Those are the kind of trick shots you need in the woods. If you are off the fairway, how can you recover? You know, this is a perfect position where it's not greedy if you're going to go for that attack shot. You are still right around and just off the fairway. There's plenty of room for the disc to fly. You can see Missy getting into this extended stance for the backhand.
What about like the bits that you guys are making for it?
So rolling off to the right-hand side, missing her line from the start. I'm not sure if it would have been any worse hitting those trees initially, but she gained a few extra feet. And this is ideal. Holland played that right-hand side and allowed her to land in the center of the fairway. And using all the fairway yet again. Perfect second shot.
Holland will have a tap-in birdie coming up.
On her tee shot, and now here on the second shot, she comes within inches of that right-hand side tree line. But that's exactly what you need to do if you're allowing your disc to hyzer back. Just within arm's reach of a birdie.
I'd like to get some halal guys within arm's reach. That was a spicy shot from Holland Handley. Head on over to the halalguys.com and find a location near you. And Hansen off the mark with her third shot. Does Owen have the right amount of angle? Looked a little low coming out of her hand. However, she'll still have a look. Here's Murch with her second. Similar result to what we just saw from Ella.
I was thinking that had enough angle to kind of just spike into the ground, but she gets a roll.
As you said, Jessica seems to have figured out hole number 6 for now. A tap-in birdie. And we're taking a look at the hottest rounds that we've seen today. Owen, Holland, Murch, Weiss, all 2 under. And you see Kat actually just moving to 3 under now for today's round. That, of course, is if she can make this putt.
It was like you're a fortune teller. Reading the future for Kat Murch. 4 in a row.
Murch isn't here for any pars. Solid putt.
Just outstanding. I mean, the fact that she can barely get her foot behind her lie with that tree right on her back. Uphill. She's pumped.
And the awkward stance, not a problem here for Ganon.
Pars are good out here. And the fact that Missy has been off the fairway twice on this hole and still going to be able to walk away with a par. That's good shooting.
Kristen for birdie. And again, drawing medal. 3 out of 4 holes where Kristen's had a birdie look. She's drawn medal, but hasn't gotten any of them to fall.
She's definitely given herself a chance. But the more times that continues to happen, the more frustrating it can be.
We've seen one right, one low, and then one high, but Scoggins has it dialed in, and she'll pick up the birdie.
Putts like that are just so routine for Owen. I will never get bored of watching her continuously putt 30-footers with ease. It's insane.
High right side chain. Not enough to pull it in for Ganon.
As well as Missy has been putting lately. Just a little bit outside.
And no putting required for Holland Handley. The tap-in birdie. Ella Hansen for par. And off the koozie, so she'll be tapping in for bogey. That would be back-to-back bogeys for Ella. Weiss, tee of 7.
Now. Right now.
Getting bossy with it, but finding the fairway. Jessica Weiss doing work. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
When Prodigy asked me if I wanted to do a collab series, the answer was of course yes. I knew I wanted it to be a mid-range with a lot of glide and overstability. This mid-range is unlike any other Prodigy mid. I'm super excited, cannot wait for it to be out and available for the public to try as well.
On this championship weekend, we want to thank the true champions.
All the disc golfers that back the Mojo Riser.
With their support, we're able to make the Riser a reality.
To celebrate, we brought the little ones out to the pumpkin patch.
Whee! We start shipping risers next week. We'll have a limited quantity until early 2024.
So order yours today at mojogear.com.
Hello?
Are you sick and tired of browsing through countless online stores for your disc golf equipment only to come up empty-handed? Look no farther. At Tintin Discs, we have a vast selection with pictures of each disc so you can find the exact one you need. We offer a wide variety of top quality brands at affordable prices, including discs, bags, accessories, and much more.
Welcome back. Cat Merch on the tee of 6. Coming off 4 consecutive birdies.
We've seen Jessica Weiss birdie this hole. And even leaving that low with the roller, Cat is still in the middle of the fairway.
Handley, tee of 5. Oh, and a nasty kick. Hard right for Holland Handley.
So really, when you're standing on this tee, you're trying to line up which side of the fairway you're going to hit. The tree that Holland hit is right smack in the center. I like the right route. Own plenty of space. Even gets a little bonus roll forward. That's what you want. You want to get inside in those trees and up the hill.
The roller play coming from Hansen.
And it works. Gets up on edge, turns over to the right. She gets great distance. Do you think she'll go for the island?
Who knows what she's going to do, but I'd love to see it. That is off to the right side for Kristen. Not particularly sharp here so far in the early goings. That hits the gap and misses all the trees. Great tee shot for Missy Ganon.
We do have that spotter way down there. There is an OB line on the left-hand side. Playing this one far to the right. Bringing those trees into play. But she's safe.
Weiss with her second shot on 7. She's got the line, and can she just miss that tree? Had she, I think it would have been right next to the pin. So a long look for Weiss. Likely, though, a par coming up.
Look at how far Ella is down this fairway. That was a easy, light second shot. I thought that was going to be a layup. Do you think it was unintentional go for?
Either way, she's up and over and answers your question about getting onto the island. Ella, an eagle look. Now, back with Handley. Kristen with her second. Excuse me, she did push to the left side of the fairway. Still a long way out for Kristen. Holland Handley, one of the longer throwers out here in the field on the course. Brian, do you feel like power is at any huge advantage on such a tightly wooded course like this?
Yeah, I think there's a couple advantages. Obviously, with a more powerful player comes a little bit less accuracy, at least historically. But there's a couple schools of thought here, and I've heard both. I mean, from players like Ella saying she's going to club down, she's going to go to some slower discs, throw a lot of mid-ranges out here. You also hear the other side of the coin. I heard Eagle McMahon earlier in the week say, I'm actually going to club up on a lot of these fairways. I'm just going to throw as hard as I can and try to roll the dice, and if I'm scrambling anyway, I might as well do it from farther up the fairway. So yeah, the powerful players can kind of choose a couple different ways to attack this course over some players that really might only have one option.
Yeah, I appreciate the insight. And I was thinking the same of hearing that from Eagle. He said, if I hit the gap, well, then I'm going to be that much closer, and to have, 100 additional feet on a course like this is so much more helpful. And that might sound like obvious advice, but like we're saying, a lot of people are playing for that accuracy as opposed to going after the big, powerful shots. We'll see how that pans out for him this afternoon as we're now watching Own. And what a common collection point over here on this right side. The question is, will Own have a look from there? Check back in with Brian in a moment on that, but now we've got Kat Murch. This is Kat's fourth shot. She had laid up to this spot and then has that for a comeback look at par.
Still contemplating the game plans that you put out there of what each player's thinking about, and I think there's an advantage to either side. You have to play perfect if you're going to go for the shorter shots.
No.
See, even like this, you throw a perfect shot and you can still get punished.
Oh my goodness, what a nasty roll away. For a moment I was holding my breath thinking that could just take the greatest skip and possibly skip right up into the basket. Instead, catches edge and rolls out into circle 2 or maybe even beyond. Terrible break for Missy Ganon. Ella has an eagle look.
She made that second throw look so effortless, and she is this close to the basket for eagle.
She'll have to settle for a tap-in par. Or excuse me, a tap-in birdie. I apologize. Yes, that was her eagle bid. And Kristen, however, will be tapping in for a par from there. No real fireworks here from Kristen in the early goings, Val.
And that's kind of been Kristen as of lately. She just kind of hangs around, waits for those big, everybody else to make mistakes, and she'll still be there in the competition.
It's the par save for Cap Murch.
Can't help to think how far that roller went for Ella. I'm still thinking about how incredible she made that whole look. They've lengthened it, they've made it more difficult, but Ella's like, add more distance. Who cares?
As Ella tapped in for par, we now rejoin Scoggins trying to get a good position. She's up against the spectator rope. As we said, the brutal roll away here for Ganon.
Deep inside circle 2, uphill. Huge tree blocking her view. So another straddle putt for Missy. From nearly landing within 5 feet of the basket. That would have been such an easy birdie from where she hit the ground initially.
Jumper for Handley, too much power. Looks like Owen will act next, and she's in for the par. Holland's in for the bogey, and Missy in for par, as is Kristen. Don't go anywhere. We've got another break coming up. We'll be right back.
I've purchased 60 acres of land in Tuscaloosa, Alabama.
I am designing a disc golf course for the one and only Dylan Cease.
Play smart. That means getting reliable results from reliable discs.
Keep it simple. Founded in 1995 as Innova's original molding partner, Millennium Golf Discs are designed for control and not overcomplicating your game.
Throw Millennium, premium discs that help you compete at your best.
Play smart, keep it simple, throw Millennium.
With a smooth, clean shave, every day is a clean slate. So who cares if you put all your money in crypto and called your boss an idiot? Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
I just think the plastic is very premium. It's a high quality material. The way the disc feels in my hand.
I think it's the quality of plastic.
It's unlike any other plastic that you'll find in the industry.
The quality is better than any other company out there.
Again, just consistent plastic. It's something I can consistently trust on every single throw.
There's so many discs to choose from, and I guarantee if you tried every disc in the lineup, you're gonna wanna put multiple discs in your bag.
It's extremely high quality. You can only say so much, they have to eventually just try it themselves and see.
Welcome back. Owen Scoggins, tee of 6.
Drifting off to the right. Gets an adjustment from the tree.
I think it's me, Missy. Oh, is it you? Sorry.
And there is OB lining both the left and the right side of this fairway. But there's a lot of space. Just as long as you can get it through these trees, be in a pretty good position.
Ganon, low line drive, too low in fact. Just barely cresting the hill.
This hole's measuring over 800 feet, so you need all the distance you can get on each shot. Too much turn for Holland. Plenty safe, but she didn't get that full flight out of the disc.
Merch continues to just shred through the course. What a great approach shot here on the 7th. Missy Veladillas.
Of course, this hole is memorable from last year. We had some exciting throw-ins on that one.
And let's take a look here at the birdie zone and where everyone's landed, Val. But also, if you'd like to get some birdies of your own, you should head on over and you could pick up the best-selling board game in disc golf. Of course, we're talking about Birdie Pro. It's in stock, and you can build your player. You can use skills at the right time, get a little karma, and hit the winning putt. Go out and pick it up today.
We're seeing that only Kristen is in that birdie zone past the trees. Really, the distance gives you the option whether you're going to go for the island or not.
And short left side corner pocket for Ella Hansen, but it's in for birdie and bouncing back after the back-to-back bogey she just previously had taken. Hansen 1 under for today's round.
Yeah, Missy calling for it to get down. She needed that straighter flight heading toward those trees on the right-hand side to give her a more clean look. That looks good from Holland.
Murch converts on the birdie look on 7, and she is 4 under for today's round. She came in with 2 starting strokes, so she sits at 6 under overall and is currently your outright leader. Weiss with her second on 8.
Oh, what a penalized shot. She chose such a perfect disc flight.
We see a standstill from Kristen, trying to limit the power so she doesn't go all the way into the OB, and she's laid up nicely. So should be an easy pitch over from there. Maybe with that back stop, maybe she'll get a little aggressive on an eagle bid, but birdie should be likely. And Missy Valadiaz fighting to play this weekend, as she is currently the last one into our top 8. And we know that 8 women will move on come Saturday. They have today and tomorrow's rounds. The cumulative score, the top 8 move on. That's where we find Missy Valadiaz at the moment. And as we take a look down, we see some of our competitors, a few of them struggling. Stacy Ronsley, Maria Oliva. Maria had looks for birdie, I believe, on 3 or 4 of the first 5 holes and just wasn't able to convert on those. Currently sitting 4 over par.
And the good news for a player like Maria, she's got tomorrow to give it everything, to get some of that redemption. You can't necessarily count the players out just yet, knowing that we still have today's round to finish up and then an entire round tomorrow.
And a standstill for Handley. Connects with a late tree, stays in bounds, but somewhat obstructed putt coming up for Handley. Weiss has a birdie look. Back on the tee of the same hole, we have Ella Hansen.
How aggressive does a big thrower like Ella get on this hole? Huge drive over the out of bounds creek that runs perpendicular on this fairway.
Not many will be going for a drive that big as what we just saw from Ella, and also Missy Ganon playing for position. She has to pitch out.
Yeah, it's really right in that in-between zone where a lot of our FPO division, they max out at that distance. If you've got the full power, you can go for it. Kat likes what she did, but I'm not sure she's over the creek.
Ganon will be right next to the basket. She'll have that left for par. And to answer your question, Val, Kat Murch did go out of bounds. So now, Kristen. Good angle. Now inside the circle. She'll have a birdie look. feel like it's somewhat rare to be saying that Kristen is looking still for her first birdie, and we're on the 6th hole of the round. And Kristen, only one of 2 players in the entire field that doesn't have a birdie at this point.
It helps that she started the round 5 under.
It certainly if that's not computing in your head, we can understand why, how she's 5 under, but has yet to birdie. Handley's effort is low.
So, hole 6, with the changes that we've seen, we're seeing it play relatively easier. It's the 11th most difficult hole in the course. Over 60% of our field has been able to walk away with a birdie.
And Kristen, for the first time today, collects a birdie. Took her 6 holes to do so. She's been bogey-free, but picks up her first birdie on hole 6. That will bring her back into a tie for first, along with Kat Murch. Scoggins in for birdie. And Ganon will tap in for the par. Handley will do the same. And we're taking a look at a slightly adjusted hole number 7, not only just in what number it used to be, but also a little bit of the design here, Val.
Yeah, and we're seeing this fairway fade from left to right, and the players need to be confident in the shots that they throw. There is that OB line long. If you carry a little bit too far straight on your drive, you're going to easily find it. Or if you're trying to be aggressive on a putt, you can also find the out of bounds. We're seeing it bending off to the right here. It's a very technical shot.
It certainly is. And our drone preview is brought to you by LL Bean, who believes that being outside is good for us in every possible way. Visit llbean.com today and be an outsider.
4, Kristen. 4, Missy. 5.
I do think the sidearm is the preferred shot. Throwing something overstable, just trusting the flight.
And then maybe getting it to check up just before the out of bounds line. Scoggins inbounds off the tee.
That was just a really strange reaction off the ground, especially with the angle that she gave it.
With the forehand, hoping for it to fade to that right side. That's going to be short of ideal for Kristen. Missy also going forehand. Not too far from Kristen, but I feel like just those 8 or 10 feet may be a huge advantage as to what we just saw from Kristen.
That's the tree to beat. If you can throw just past that tree, your sidearm shot should fade into the perfect position.
Yeah, we're going to call this a close shave replay for Owen Scoggins. As you said, Val, plenty of reaction off the ground, but she's going to check up safe. That is our close shave replay brought to us by Barbasol.
So Kat didn't actually make it far enough to get to that creek bed. She ended up on the left-hand side, finding a left-hand side OB.
Missed that.
Jessica Weiss on 9. And what a drive by Ella. Certainly needs to take advantage of it, and she's going to do just that. Hansen should have a tap-in birdie coming up.
You do not see second shots like that. It looks so effortless. I mean, she put all the power in that drive, and it paid off. Huge skip. What a great play from Holland.
Murch with her 4th. And it looks like a bogey is coming up for Kat Murch. Again, not a big fan of pars today. I believe she has just 1. And that is deep and out of bounds for Weiss after 2 throws.
Huge kick to the left.
And Hansen will tap in for her 3rd straight birdie. Again, what a bounce back after the back-to-back bogeys. Murch in for bogey. Ganon flashing just in front of the basket. She'll check up inside circle 1.
And from where Missy landed, she couldn't even see the pin. So not having a good visual on the height or the angle she needed, but she drew it up perfectly.
And I'd love to throw it out to Brian as we were watching them move down this fairway. Basket even longer than what we saw last year, Brian? Was it just too easy before?
You know, Terry, I'm not going to answer that question, but yes, objectively, this basket is pushed back about 100, 150 feet, and the fairway just continues to bend off to that right. This is such a challenging par 4. I mean, where Own is right now is ideal spot. She challenged the OB down the left side as much as possible. Now she has a pretty clear angle, but otherwise, yeah, you're scrambling.
Scoggins takes, thank you, Brian, as Scoggins takes the big window and then will land right on top of Missy Ganon's.
It's a good spot to be, inside the circle.
Good old-fashioned putting contest coming up with 2 of the best putters in the world, so we'll see how this goes.
I kind of wanted to just put him out of his misery, but that's not my place.
Yeah, he'll be a good snack for something out there.
And Kat Murch really connecting with nature there.
Yeah, well, we are on the web today, so if you're out there watching on YouTube, we invite you to sign up as well for a Disc Golf Network subscription.
You and your daddy long leg jokes.
Handley out in the fairway, so she's beyond circle 2. Long look for birdie.
And I do remember last year with the shorter position, it being a big score separator. Players could reach the basket, get the birdie with an accurate drive, or likely finding out of bounds if you didn't. A pure forehand from Ella. Little help from the tree, keeping her in the fairway.
After Kristen had just picked up her first and only birdie of the round on the previous hole, she'll quickly negate that with a bogey here. Ganon will act first between her and Owen. She's in for birdie.
I'm just thinking that they are two of the best putters in the world, and the routine of each of them, couldn't be more different. But the focus, you could tell that they're both so locked in on the task at hand, and that's what makes them so good.
Katrina Allen trying to battle back after a very rough start on holes 2, 3, and 4. We've seen birdies on 6 and 7. And this is a laser right up the middle.
And it still had some spin on it, even when it landed.
After the OB approach, Weiss coming back toward the pin. Steep hyzer putt doesn't fall in. Gets most of the flight, and the late tree kick pushes it to the right side. And as we're seeing, who's playing the course the best right now, that would be Owen Scoggins along with Kat Murch. Both of them 4 under through holes 7 and 8 respectively. Holland Handley along with Ella and Jessica 2 under for today's round. Missy Ganon 1 under. Kristen remains at 5 under, but in terms of her competition on the course today, just even so far for her round, along with Macy Veladiaz.
And as we head into tomorrow's round, you want to make sure that you are securely above that cut line. And a good round today is certainly going to help with that. As we look at hole 8, we mentioned that there is that creek that runs in the middle of this fairway. We're going to see most of the players landing short of that, getting yourself into the perfect placement, landing off to the right hand side near that sewer pipe. That's going to give you the best angle for the second shot, which heads uphill. Of course, you got to continue to hit the gap, make sure that you're carrying through that open line. And because the basket's tucked on that right hand side, a sidearm or a slow turnover can really get you close.
Scoggins to tee first and throws it right into the ground.
A little lack of focus there.
That is one of the... Yeah, that's just a mistake you cannot make here.
And I think the fact that Owen throws distance drivers, even for these layup shots. So she was kind of easing up on it, throwing a little bit slower, a little bit lighter, where you need to throw something confident.
Does it carry over? And it does.
Hello. Missy Ganon with a power shot. Well,
More like Missy Cannon.
if Missy's going for it, I have no doubt Holland's going for the big drive as well. I love this line.
And easily making it over. Not a problem for Holland Handley.
What a difference a year makes. I didn't think that anybody was even thinking about it last year.
This is pushing more on the right side and having a really late fade, but still clears without a problem. And we're going to take another look at Missy here. Rolling the Zuka replay. Somewhat of the narrative has been that Missy isn't a big power thrower, and I feel like she continues to extend her distance time and time again. And she isn't the most elite of our powerful throwers, but she certainly has plenty of it. And we're going to take a look back at Missy Ganon and some of her season here in 2023. She defended her title at Ledgestone, taking first place there. Her worst finish was at the Champions Cup, 17th. And a memorable moment, the first birdie ever on hole 1 at Northwood Black. That's how she opened the tournament, parking it right next to the basket on hole number 1. It was a bullseye hit. No putting was required for that one. Certainly one of the best shots of the year as I look back on 2023.
And so now it's, and seeing Owen hit that tree, and now where she's going to be taking her third shot from. I mean, think of what the rest of the group is doing. Think of where their drives have landed. And Owen is just struggling.
Keep her head down and just push forward. Katrina Allen trying to battle back. Off to a very slow start, but now lacing the fairway here. It's going to be a long look from circle 2.
Can this third shot get over? It does.
Yeah, and she is just in the same territory as the rest of her card mates' drives are. Weiss. Inside the circle. She'll have a look for birdie. And Ella not keeping that one entirely clean on 9. It's going to check up short. We saw a few putts made from that log last year. Certainly a memorable landmark out there.
This is a putt to think about for Kat Murch. OB just beyond the pin. Another putt to think about for Kat Murch.
Want to bet something on that?
Holland, maybe a little too far from ideal.
And maybe that reaction tells us everything we need to know. She would have loved for that to hook up more at the end of the flight. And that's what's pushed her off to this right-hand side. Like you said, just a little too far and a little too straight. But she, looks like she does have a few options here.
And it's really much more wide open than I would have imagined. She has several large gaps that she can go for. It'd be just too much work to get back to the fairway and continue playing on. Tricky, and it pays off.
Holland will have a tap-in birdie. Kristen, green light. A bit of a backstop. She should have a tap-in birdie coming up as well.
And not the best second shot.
After such a long drive, Missy will still leave a little work left on the putt. Macy Vela-Diaz, though, trying to put herself right next to the pin, as she is flirting with the cut line as of right now. And the birdie look for Hansen, just short.
That's Owen's layup for her bogey putt. So we're going to see some scores shifting around after hole 8. Just interesting strategies from each player. And really, we're seeing that those big drives are certainly paying off.
And Missy is able to convert. That's back-to-back birdies on 7 and 8 for Ganon. So Owen will lose 2 strokes to everyone else on her card with the bogey. Tee of 10 with Ella. Ella's birdie streak ended at 3 with a par on the previous hole. See if she can get it going again. And that's well in position to pick up a birdie.
And this is one of the gotta get birdies on this course. It's shorter distance, but this fairway just seems wide open compared to most. 242 feet. Plays more around 300. Woo! That'll work for Katrina.
Murch, who's had more birdies than any other competitor so far today, tried to pick up another one here on 10. And her chances are good. Kat Murch playing great golf today. Jessica Weiss. If you've played out here before, it was probably hole number 7. That's short right side.
And it was a good hole for Ella in practice.
First, can she pick up a birdie on 10? And no, high right side. Ella doesn't get it to fall. As you said, this is a must-get birdie on the course.
Yeah, we're seeing over 70% of the field get the birdie. And this group making it look easy inside the circle.
Now Missy Ganon.
Being it nice and low, but continues that forward skip.
Holland calling it, saying it's way too high and it's going to push off to the hard right side. Doesn't hit any trees. Not sure if that would have benefited her possibly to connect with one of them, but now forehand coming from Kristen.
And you can see Kristen pushes it much farther straight compared to what we saw Holland. And she's going to have a good look. This hole is about 600 feet, par 4, with that left to right bend.
Right side of the fairway for Scoggins. Weiss. This is a long birdie look, but I expect her to put it right next to the pin.
Thank you. Thank you.
And it does sit down, and that's exactly the result. Welcome in, everyone. Terry Miller joined alongside Valerie Jenkins. And Val, we've got a slightly different change in the course, but also an entirely different format this year. What do you think about it, and how do you think they're adjusting?
Well, I'm seeing, the players that maybe were a little bit lower on the totem pole fighting their way. They came out to the course with maybe a chip on their shoulder going, all right, I'm going to get myself well above that cut line. I'm going to make sure that I'm playing Saturday and Sunday. And then the players that did have more of the stroke advantages, maybe they're easing up. They're not really putting it all out there and using those strokes to their advantage just yet. But I think it really helps having a few extra strokes on a course like this, especially with 2 rounds. It's not a for sure. It's not a guarantee, even if you do have those strokes.
Well, and I think someone that's maybe came in at even par today, as you typically would, that didn't have any of those starting strokes, they just have so much more to prove. And how much more validating it could be if they can get themselves up into the mix saying, hey, I came in with a disadvantage and I still was able to catch you. That's going to be a significant momentum boost and maybe even a little bit of a powerful ego boost for them if they can get themselves into the mix.
And those strokes are only coming into play in these first 2 rounds. Once we get into the finals in the 3rd round that the competitors will see on this course, everything starts from scratch.
And Missy Veladiaz with the park job right next to the basket. Not a problem for Missy on the 11th.
Paige Shue giving her a little bit of love. That was an incredible drive.
Does this stay clean? Somehow. It's like the trees were just getting out of the way for her.
And when you release a shot like that, you know it's heading into the woods. You just hold your breath. Can it work out? Will it find the gap? There's more space than there are trees. Sometimes the disc needs to do a little extra work.
There's the landmark I spoke of earlier. And there's the result of Missy Veladiaz and her drive on 11 leading to that tap-in birdie. Doesn't get any easier. And now we see her into the top 8, which is where you need to be after tomorrow's round. The top 8 women advance to the finals. As you said, Val, all scores go back to 0 if you make it to Saturday's round, and then essentially those 8 women will be playing for a $40,000 first place prize and the Tour Championship title.
And like I said, there's no guarantee. And to see where Missy is just above the cut line, she's just 3 strokes back of being in that huge tie for 6 under. So there's still so much movement that can happen, and no spot is secure just yet.
Tee of 11 with Cat Merch.
It's okay.
And certainly not the result that we just saw from Maisie Valadiaz a moment ago compared to Cat Merch and the struggles she's about to have. That is likely bogey at best from where she is.
Nice control on the speed there. I was worried if she was going that direct route, if she leaves it a little bit too high to climb over that log, she could go sailing past.
Ella Hansen on the tee of 11.
Same disc. This time connecting with the tree instead of a basket.
Yeah, and what a pressure. I know you'd like to just put that out of your mind, but after you've aced a hole like that, to then step up thinking, okay, I need to at least birdie it, I feel like there's an added pressure. Now we're seeing Jessica Weiss. Great drive on 12.
Missy needs to make sure she's landing her putter nice and flat, or at least matching the slope as she gets closer to the basket. Anything that picks up on edge could find OB on that right-hand side, just about 30 feet from the basket.
Inside the bullseye for Ganon. Up close and personal with Miss Ganon. Kristen with a birdie look on 9. Downhill. More metal. Kristen's putter not necessarily dialed in so far today. I had said it, bogey at best, and that's still the case as Handley is in. Full routine for Missy, guaranteeing the par. Scoggins and Kristen also in for their pars.
So you didn't ace the hole, but What you don't want to bogey it either is a big drop off behind the pin. That's going to be a huge par putt back uphill for Ella.
40 feet, that'll play at least 60. Cat just trying to lay it up. And that's going to be frustrating as that pops up on her and then rolls to the bottom of the hill. She was just playing for the layup, but you saw the way it popped up and then caught edge. Certainly the #1 danger on hole number 11 there. And Weiss gets a late kick to the right side, not helping her.
You need to land this shot 5 feet, maybe 10 feet short of the basket. Anything basket high easily make its way down the hill.
That one just lightly pumping the brakes. Ganon on 10.
Missy's inside the circle.
Pushes right side, so not quite the park job you'd expect to see here on 10. She'll have to make a putt if she wants the birdie. Kristen take advantage. She pulls this one hard right, gets caught up. And Kristen continues to be shaky so far here today.
There's quite the magnetic pull, pulling everybody to the right-hand side. Own making the adjustment. Playing this hole not like the rest on the left-hand side. Still some work to do with the putt.
And this is Ella, which would be for a par, as we said, at the bottom of the hill. She's outside of the circle. Gonna have to put plenty of power on it.
It's just so steep up to the basket.
And this could possibly roll again, but it looks like it has. I thought it checked up for a moment based on her reaction. And unfortunately, we see her get out of the way. And it's almost the exact same distance. So obviously she has the exact same concerns that if she doesn't get it up and over, that she could have it pop up and roll away again. And it's tough to do, but these are some of those moments where you think maybe I should just pitch it 3 feet to the right of the pin and bring none of the actual basket or stand into play. Doesn't look like she's doing that. She's going for it.
Smart play.
And her good friend Holland over on 10 has a birdie look and gets that one to fall in right side for Handley.
That was huge. That is a hole you don't want to be left out on with the birdie.
That is Holland's 5th birdie of the round, and she becomes your outright leader at 7 under. Scoggins also burying it.
It hurts my head to even think about. This is an injured Owen Scoggins. I mean, she is in pain with every drive that she is throwing, and she is just shredding it still. Playing some of the best golf in her life.
She is now tied for first with Holland Handley at 7 under. Ganon is looking to join them. Ganon picks up her 3rd birdie in 4 holes. She moves to 7 under. Kristen had pitched up next to the pin, and just like that will be sitting in solo 4th, 1 back of our 3 leaders. So Kat Murch actually is for double bogey. We had missed one of her approaches that she had. And Kat Murch, who has collected so many birdies today, giving 3 of them back on hole number 11. She's in for triple bogey. Kat Murch now just 1 under on today's round. What a huge setback as Jessica Weiss goes with the high Anheuser putt.
Hole 10, we talk about must get birdie, but hole 11 can be such a score separator. No matter how well you're playing in your round, it can really just make or break how you're feeling for the day. 375 feet, so full power tee shot. A nice low straight line for Missy.
Short and left. Means the layup will not be necessarily easy from over there. She's going to first have to pick a lane and then come in with the correct amount of speed and power. Handley. Beautiful turn, pushing right side. It's going to go deep of the pin. And to put that into perspective, she'll be about 20 feet from where we just saw Ella putting for par and for bogey, but she'll be down past the basket. Very subdued round here so far for Kristen. And that is layup territory all day from over there. Then again, she has burned me before thinking about some of the aggressive putts. I don't think this will be a place where she needs to take that risk. But here's Hansen, tee of 12.
Redirection from the tree back to the fairway.
Weiss on the tee of 13.
This is a very tricky fairway. Starts off with a hyzer to start, and then likely you'll see a sidearm for Jessica's second shot.
Murch looking to bounce back after the triple bogey. She is off the fairway on the left side.
There's no out of bounds on 12. So that spotter is just gonna, if there's a spotter on a hole with no OB, that means the rough is rough. Well done from Owen. And you can see she landed so short of the pin that fast green allowed her to skip a little bit closer.
Ella gets most of the flight before a late tree kick. Still give her a look for birdie. Ganon trying to come in nice and flat, hoping that it stops. And she's just past the pin, but that should be a par.
And not only does it slope behind the basket, they've created retaining walls. So it's more of a steep drop and more steps. So it's easy for your disc to catch up on edge, get up, roll down the hill. Kristen, she's over on the right side. Yep, just a layup.
Kristen's had just 2 birdies and 1 bogey today. The rest have been pars.
Now comparing this to what we saw from Ella, I feel like Holland is just in a more awkward position, a little bit too far down the hill. Hopefully this takes it out of the question of needing to go for it.
Holland closed out her final round of throw pink, not only with an incredible score, but just even admitting that she got a few bonus birdies from somewhere in circle 2 throughout that entire day. And today, not going after it on the uphill slope. Understandably, just pitching up next to the basket to secure the par.
It's so awesome to know that you have that another level. When you just had 1 round left in a tournament to play, you needed to get it all out there, and you were able to catch up to the leaders and win the tournament from the chase card. Holland Handley making history with her first big win.
And what I thought was most interesting about that is just her saying she woke up in the morning thinking, man, I could put together a good round. Hopefully I find myself somewhere on the podium. Just have a good finish, because she just didn't expect all 4 from our top 4 competitors, all 4 of them, to have the struggles or not maintain the lead in which they had built. And by her surprise, ultimately pushed it to the playoff and then walked away victorious. As we take a little look back on our final round, this is her on hole number 7, the park job at Winthrop Arena.
I gotta say, I mean, watching disc golf, calling disc golf in the booth is fun, but it was fun to be a spectator for this round last weekend. What Holland was able to do to know that she wasn't out of it. And that's the kind of drive that all the players should have coming into these tournaments. She's got all the skills, and she finally put it together. It was really, I mean, so many great shots, but it was really 18 that really held her back, pushed this playoff with her and Kristen.
And Kristen would overturn that on the playoff, ultimately putting it in the water, and Holland able to secure the victory on the 2nd playoff hole, hole number 17. A little foreshadowing as the trophy almost perfectly blended in and matched the shirt.
I think that was a key to success there. If you want to win the tournament, wear a shirt that matches the trophy.
Murch not able to find the widest part of the fairway with that approach. Now Weiss. Trying to find the line. Some forward progress, but not more than 100 or so feet.
That was pretty awesome. From where she was, way down the fairway, to hit the gap the entire way. She's going to have a putt. Sometimes you got to talk to the trees.
It's just the crowd that they're trying
I want to throw it out to Brian Earhart out on the ground. Brian, this morning we saw umbrellas, we saw long sleeves, and it feels like there's been some adjustments. The weather looking a little better for us?
You know, I was just remarking, Terry, this is some of the nicest disc golf weather you can find. I mean, early fall here in Charlotte, right about mid-60s. Wind is somewhat low right now, overcast skies. I mean, you really couldn't find a better day to play disc golf. Rain has finally subsided. It's just a very, very light drizzle at this point.
Appreciate the insight, Brian. I think Brian's going to take advantage of the Charlotte area here in the off-season. I believe him and his fiancée just locked in on a house. Congratulations to them. And Brian will be offering up lessons, which I'm thinking I might take advantage of. Wonder if there's a commentator discount if I check in with him on the off-season. Handley, just off the mark. Oh, and another low release, this time with a backhand.
Owen still has 3 more rounds left to play. Really hope that arm can hang in there with her.
And this doesn't appear to hit anything to the very end of the flight. Kristen, big drive. And this is Katrina's 6th shot, we're being told, on the par 4. So likely a triple bogey coming up there for our 2-time world champ. Bella Diaz with her 3rd on the par 5. Big skip. She'll have an obstructed look for birdie. Weiss, who's had a wide range of emotions here on 13 so far, is trying to, oh, and that's not going to be one in her favor.
Holland just looking to lay up back into the fairway. Still has a chance to save par from there. Although Owen didn't get all the distance, she's in the center of the fairway. She's got room to work with for the 2nd shot. Missing her line there.
Merch. So she's not able to convert, but now Missy Valadiaz has a long look for birdie. This is from the middle of circle 2, and the jumper comes up just short.
Now if Missy can throw that same shot again, she can find herself underneath the basket. Just like that.
Yeah, as you called it, Val.
I'm thinking, the big win for Missy this year, defending her title out at Idlewild, it requires shots like this. Controlled distance shots. And we know she loves throwing an understable distance driver, and that could really hit the line perfectly. This is a very narrow fairway and two very straight shots that you're required to throw.
And Handley will find herself out in the middle of the fairway after connecting with another tree. And that was Ledgestone, in which he had defended, Val.
Oh.
But
yeah,
the shots required, as you're thinking about Northwoods Black, are exactly on point with what you were saying.
My mind pictured Ledgestone, but my mouth said Idlewild.
Both requiring that wooded accuracy, though, so I can understand.
Trees. They just get in your head. There's just something that you have to overcome. You know that you're throwing decent shots. Cat March was on a roll today, and now it kind of getting hung up, hitting a few trees, not hitting the exact line. It just requires so much mental strength playing in the woods. And look out. Holy cow.
Splitting between cameraman and sideline reporter Brian has the matrix moves.
This lead card's making him dance today.
This one's coming in right near the basket. Big skip. Again, splitting between.
Wow. Love the slow-mo there.
Almost bagged an Earhart as Kristen connects with a very early tree. Brian, you did talk to Owen about flexing shots in the woods. What was her response to how she was going to attack the property out here this weekend?
Yeah, I asked her that question because of how much fairway she has to use to throw those flex shots, and this is one of the more claustrophobic courses that they play. She didn't blink when she responded that it's no problem. She just has a phenomenal sidearm, and I think sometimes we underestimate the control she has with that flex shot. She can stretch them out. She can tighten them up a little bit. I mean, after her win at D-Glow, you can't really count her out of anything. And she also won the Carolina Clash, so she knows these fairways really well. It's been pretty incredible, and clearly I need to be more aware. She really almost smashed me on that one. Thank God I didn't get in the way.
Well, I think she wouldn't have minded had you hit her in that particular case, keeping her closer to the pin. But yes, you doing all the work to dodge out of that fast-moving drive coming in. And Kristen hung up again. You see the deflated look on her face, a little frustration. And just to continue on Brian's point for a moment, you think of Owen as technical, you think of her putting, and then she goes to a course that's so long and demanding and challenging like D-Glow, and having her take that down, just proving Owen's skill sets really aren't limited by anything. Even if she's not the longest driver in the field, doesn't seem to matter.
And that's what it takes. You have to be a well-rounded player to play well out on tour.
And we see Jessica in for the bogey. She falls to 1 under on today's round, and Missy right there ready to take her position because Missy is 2 under for the round today. And Sarah Hokum is in. Hokum collecting her world title here in the Charlotte area back in 2012.
And this course was part of that World Championship courses that we did play. Thankfully, I was thankful that the women didn't play this one. It's just such a technical course. I mean, all the courses in the Charlotte area, so wooded. But this one, it has to be the most technical. And they've made it so much harder than what we played in 2012.
And as we are looking at the overall scores, seeing 3 competitors at 7 under at the moment. However, this is all going to change up as we watch our final card complete hole number 12 here shortly. Kristen at 6 under overall, and then Missy, who has just swapped spots with Kat Murch in the last few moments. And Jessica Weiss pulling herself, or keeping herself inside that top 8 as of right now. And in case it isn't already been made very clear for you, they will take whatever they end today with. That score will then carry over into tomorrow. So these first 2 rounds are their overall cumulative score. The top 8 scores after tomorrow's round move to the finals for Saturday and Sunday.
There really is quite a separation happening right at that cut line. Jessica Weiss, 3 strokes over that tie for 9th. Allie Smith, who's just below the cut line at 1 over in total.
Handley in for a double bogey. She had a bogey back on 5. The rest have been birdies up until this point. So the double on 12 brings her to 5 under. Scoggins, bogeys. That brings her to 6 under. Kristen is in. That's going to be a bogey for her as well. And Missy in for the birdie. So talk about a scoring separator there. We had 3 women that entered at 7 under in a 3-way tie. Now we have 8, 6, 6, 5. Crazy.
There we go.
Ella with her 3rd on 13.
Not the worst. She does fade off to the right-hand side. She'll have around a circle's edge putt. And a clean second shot from Missy. She's going to have that left for par.
Oh, and what a redirection from Kat Murch that is. Almost putting it in. Take another look as Kat Murch asking for a kick.
What?
And it kicks right to the pin. That is another Barbasol close shave replay for Kat Murch.
Some people say it's better to be lucky than good. It's definitely more fun to have shots like that.
Ganon on the tee of 13. After just finding separation on 12 from the rest of our lead card. Ganon short left side.
Another great tree kick, keeping Owen in the fairway. It's a big S-shaped shot. Starts off with a hyzer off of the tee. And then the second shot finishes off to the right.
Handley. looks to keep it clean and then gets actually a great tree kick very late in the flight. That should help her out. Val, you're calling this and looking for a big S shot here. What do they got?
Well, I'm thinking about that mind frame that we were talking about. Do you lay up? Do you throw something slower so you land in the fairway? Or do you go for the big shot knowing that you're likely going to land off the fairway no matter how good your shot is, because it is so technical. That tee shot has to hit that very narrow fairway and continue flying straight. You can see no more than 20 feet wide at any given point up to this area. Now we start to bend off to the right. There's some guardian trees in the middle of the fairway, so even if you do hit the perfect line, you could get a bad kick at the end. And you can see what makes this hole so challenging. It's the 6th hardest hole on the course. We've just seen one birdie, and that was out of Allie Smith. She landed inside the circle to card the 4. So Owen got a little lucky on that tee shot to land her at this point. She needs to continue down the fairway. She gets good distance.
Good bid by Hansen, but just inches short. More like lacing Valadiaz all the way up the middle.
Placement shot for Missy. Owen's over on the left side. She still hasn't still has not made it to the area where it starts to bend off to the right just yet.
Fighting her way out, trying to get back to the fairway. Can Weiss do as we just saw from Missy? And the answer appears to be yes. Great shot from Jessica Weiss. And Kat Murch in, just trying to stop the bleeding after some challenges here over the last few holes.
Missy's third shot. Early release on that one, but good redirection.
A very favorable kick there. Kristen does almost the exact same thing.
I think a much better reaction. Just continue to fly forward. She might be around the corner.
It appears there's a force field somewhere around that spot, as we have seen a number of women connect with trees, even though they were set up in good positions. I think with the new adjustment there, I'm going to maybe reference her as LL Hansen instead of Ella. LL Cool J? No, all right, never mind. We're going to head over to Kat Murch. And right up the middle. What a shot by Murch. Bullseye hit on 14.
shot like this is so fun to watch. You know what the challenge is. You know the task at hand. You gotta hit the gap. Keep flying forward. And it comes down to the perfect disc selection, and Kat dials it up perfectly. It can be a huge stroke separator if you don't hit the gap, or don't stay in the gap, or don't hit your putt. All the things on 14.
Another forehand for Valadiez should lead her to a tap-in par. Struggles continue here for Owen. Stand still, outstretched forehand, kind of an awkward stance, especially to try and generate power. But Handley in the fairway, and from there she should be able to get up and down and save par.
Yeah, thankfully that shot didn't require too much power, just a nice placement shot, making sure she lands in the center.
Saw the incredible drive by Weiss. Now a birdie look. So Weiss will have to settle for par. Does this have the time and space to fight back? It does. And Kristen will have an outside chance at birdie.
Hole 13, just showing you just have to fight your way along. You have one or two good throws on 13, you could stay out of trouble. Over half of the field carding par, almost 40%. Carding bogey or worse. Very few have been able to see the birdie.
Hansen for par on 14. And Kat Murch picks up a birdie on 14.
Smooth approach. She's going to have that left for par.
Holland currently sitting at 5 under, which means she is 2 under for her play today. She started at 3 under. That was her stroke advantage, 3, along with Scoggins. They both entered into the Tour Championship with a 3-stroke advantage. Moving on to hole 16 with Jessica Weiss.
It wasn't too long ago that we were saying Jessica was in a fine position over the cut line. But in the last few holes, she struggled. But a nice drive there on 16, though.
Kristen looking for her first birdie since hole 8. And she gets it.
There's the putt.
Tattar in for birdie.
She's still thinking about the 7 other putts she missed. Didn't look happy yet.
Yeah, she had a very slow start. 5 pars to start her round. Meanwhile, she's watching some of her closest competitors pick up 3 or 4 birdies. Kat Murch got 4 birdies in the first 5 holes. But Scoggins is going to lose ground to Kristen here as she's in for bogey. And now Holland for par. So a birdie, a par, and 2 bogeys, all on hole number 13. I think back to the previous hole 12 where we saw plenty of shake up there as well, where we had a birdie, 2 bogeys, and a double bogey.
I'm glad somebody's keeping track. Way off the line for Kat Murch.
Missy, along with her husband Jamie, trying to come up with a game plan here. And that'll work. Bullseye hit for Veladiaz. Should be a par coming up for her. Big flare skip there for Ella Hansen. She'll still have a look for birdie.
So Jessica still riding that cut line, but look at Jennifer Allen making some moves in the past few holes. Sits at even par. Came into the event at even par as well.
Also noting that Jessica Weiss moving up into the top 8 there. Haley King and Katrina Allen are the 2 that have fallen out of the top 8 from where they started today. That's what's most notable about that graphic as we watch Kristen put it right up the middle.
Again, everyone playing today will get another chance tomorrow. But you don't want to lose that much ground. You got an uphill battle, the climb in the second round.
So after hitting left side, kicks to the right. Oh, Ganon's pulled this right, but does she find the airspace? She finds somewhat of a lane over there, carrying a lot longer than I thought it would. Back with Murch. And when Brian had asked about Owen flexing various forehands throughout this course, this is a hole that came to mind for me, is seeing how tightly wooded and how compact that fairway really is. She's going to push off to the right side, but still have a look for birdie.
What'd she say? No problem.
A birdie look comes up short again for Weiss. She's had a number of those today. And we're going to take a look at Val's keys for closing, brought to us by blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Well, Terry, stick to the game plan. It's easier said than done when you stand on the tee and don't hit your line necessarily. And when it comes down to it in these last few holes, play safe. Avoid the OB on hole 17 and 18 down the stretch, especially when you've got a close call, when it's a stroke or two, talking about getting into the finals. And know what you have to do. Know what position you're going to be in, if you should run it, if you should go for it. These players need to be aware. Specifically in tomorrow's round, it's going to make all the difference. So Missy does not have a putt. We'll see if she can get out of these trees, get inside the circle, give herself an easy par. Yeah. Working that disc. I guess Holland's over there too. Missy almost picked up her disc thinking it was hers.
And now Ella Hansen. More of a layup than an actual bid, out of position.
And seeing what these players are dealing with on that right-hand side, Missy made it look easy. Holland was staring at a wall of trees. I'm thinking, can she get through? She gets hung up short. It'll be a long bid.
Here's Katrina's look on 15, and she gets it to drop.
She started the day with that 2-stroke advantage, sitting at 4 over for the round, so 2 over in total.
Kat Murch trying to walk away with a par, and she's going to do just that. And what a colorful scorecard there for Kat Murch today. Handley has work to do for her par. And that will be short left side. So Handley is going to pick up a bogey. That means that she'll go 3 over in the last 3 holes. Missy for par.
I can't help but think of how many straddle putts that Missy has been forced to putt in this round. You know, wooded golf, it gets you into these positions where you have to manipulate your body, give yourself the best look at the pin.
Scoggins has a birdie look from circle 2. And
wow.
She gets it to drop. Oh, and Scoggins in for birdie.
You just know it. When Owen releases the disc on the line, it is not going to waver too far off. Just so much power behind her putts. Don't count her out ever.
Owen had 3 strokes this morning and now is 3 under for today's round, bringing her to a 6 under total. Tattar looking to answer with a birdie of her own, and she's done it. Kristen with back-to-back birdies, and the scoring continues to fly all over the place. Now Kristen, along with Missy Ganon, both tied for first as they sit at 7 under. And never a doubt about the fairway hit there for Missy.
This is a new hole 17 this year. Lots of artificial out of bounds roped out in that field.
Weiss connects early, goes left, kicks out of bounds.
Oh, these tree kicks are starting to hurt.
Oh, that's really bad.
Yeah, and I now am seeing actually Weiss was inbounds, but she's thrown to out of bounds. So struggling on the new layout there for hole number 17 for Jessica. Here's Hansen after connecting early.
Whoa.
And double or triple punishment there for Hansen. That is way off the left side fairway.
So this isn't even as far as she would hope her drive would land.
Throwing her 4th on the par 4 after the OB stroke.
But plenty of distance to reach the island.
Kristen looking for a little clarity as she's trying to close out this back 9.
Hole 15, you've got a choice of 2 fairways. Owen choosing that left-hand route, making it work. Just around 40 feet short of the pin.
Holland also going to a forehand. And this coming in much flatter. We'll see if she gets a skip straight toward the pin. And that one is right side of the pin. Also right around circle's edge.
Knowing that these drives, they have to fly the path. The left-hand route, you want to have a hyzering forehand, but too much angle could cause you to skip too far past the basket. About 300 feet to the pin. Missy leaves that one inside.
Here's Murch with her 2nd shot on hole number 17. Here's Missy Veladiaz.
She gets the green flag.
And Kristen will have that left for par. Brian, I'd like to get your sense on the straight shot as opposed to the left side gap where we see forehands. Do you see one as being so much more obvious than the other on this particular hole?
I think it's really well balanced. I think both gaps are very viable. Right side is obviously tighter, but it's much more direct. Backhand throwers don't have to shape something really tricky with that flip turnover. But then, yeah, you can throw that low screamer forehand and kind of throw a higher percentage line. I love this hole. I think it's a really solid par 3.
Thanks for the insight, Brian. And Ella Hansen now throwing her third. And that's a pretty solid recovery shot, especially from where she was. Missy inside the circle. Scoggins just short. You see almost the entire crowd all kind of lean down at the exact same time, thinking it needed just a little more power to get up and in. And a nasty roll away for Scoggins. And Ella is in for the bogey. And after going pin high off to the right side, we have Handley. This is to get her to 5 under, and she converts. Holland Handley. Great bounce back. Again, she's gone 3 over in the last 3 holes and puts an end to that with a birdie on 15.
And just knowing that she won last weekend, seeing her step up to putts like this, knowing maybe I'm not, maybe a little frustrated, not playing my best right now, but clearing your mind and focusing on getting the birdie, and that's just huge. That's huge for any competitor. Great par putt from Owen.
Almost doesn't seem fair she had that much work left after just missing short by a few inches, but doesn't seem to phase her. Kristen for par, and she cleans up easily. Kristen, your outright leader at 7 under. Jessica's going to need to get up and down from here to save double bogey. And well within her range, but she'll need that. And a double bogey by Jessica Weiss could bring Haley King and Jennifer Allen back into the conversation. They have both today and all of tomorrow's round in terms of cumulative score, but trying to gain a little distance and separation if she can right now.
Brutal. Brutal hole. So I guess more than ever, hitting the gap is such an important step here on 17. Or hitting any gap. Oh, waiting to see the result on that one. The fairway does, it starts off very narrow out this gap and then widens as they line the OB on either side.
I'm not sure what gap that was, but she found it. How with Handley. A brutal kick for Holland Handley after connecting with one of the first available trees. That is a world of hurt. Gaining more distance, but still kicking left of fairway is Kristen. left side hit to then kick to the right for Owen Scoggins. So 0 for 3 so far on drives. See if Missy can put it up the middle.
And you gotta think, Terry, this is the third easiest hole on the course. And our featured card is not making it look so. Besides Missy Ganon.
So a good second shot there by Murch a moment ago. Now Handley, who has more of a lane than I would have guessed. A little more airspace. That will dry up short, but yeah, hole 16. Not an easy tee shot by any means, although just 270 feet. Veladiaz for par.
After playing the hole so well, we get out into the open, maybe thinking about the wind a little bit too much. Missy sitting at 1 under for the round, came into the round at 1 under with the stroke advantage. So she's in a safe zone right now in that 6th place. But Haley King making work. I mean, in the first 9 holes, she was out of it. And I was worried that that frustration would build up, but she's played very clean in the back 9. Big drive for Ella. Hitting the island in 2. Nicely done.
Owen hits a late tree as we catch up with Haley King, throwing her 2nd on 17. And little wavering of the flags, ultimately ruled inbounds for Haley King.
Wow, and this is not even a putt. It's a big layup. And a huge mistake from Holland.
That's essentially the one thing she couldn't do. And throws it directly into the tree. She's going to have a long look. Kristen ready to step up and approach, trying to collect a par. Jennifer Allen trying to close out her round as she's putting on hole 18.
That's for birdie, Terry.
And what a solid close as she birdies 3 of the last 5 to fight back to par. She came into today without any advantage strokes. She ends up shooting par, so she leaves at even, currently sitting in 8th, which is inside the cut line. Handley from deep in circle 2. I'm sure she's just beside herself of the mistake she made a moment ago.
Wasn't I just talking about that on the last putt? You know, pushing aside frustration, stepping up to the task at hand. We'll see if she can calm our nerves on the next 2 holes. Owen missed a putt.
Is it still 2023? What's happening?
A rare sighting.
Yeah,
that's
that
for
was
sure.
owned for her par. And so she'll have a bogey look coming back. Now Missy. Missy's just kind of been laying back after all the struggles she's seen from the rest of the card. Trying to take advantage of the clean drive, and she does just that. Ganon in for birdie on 16. That'll bring her to 7 under as a total, tying her up with Kristen.
That's the scary part about too much power. If you miss the basket, you go so far long. Comeback putt for Own, not a problem. She's in for her bogey. And I can't help to think about the next round and how difficult this back 9 has really been for our players. Holland, double bogey. And up and down and up and down. Holland, even par for the round.
Kristen, who came in with those 5 advantage strokes, now adds 2 more to that. So she's sitting at 7 under. Currently tied for first. Bella Diaz, tree hit on 18. Haley King has a birdie look. She got 16 and now gets 17. So Haley King turning it on in the back half of the round. We've got just a few holes left to play. You'll see those on the other side of the break.
What's up, guys? Welcome to Grow Generation. Today we're in Redding, California at one of our flagship stores. Let's go check it out. We are the largest hydroponics retailer in the country with over 60 locations nationwide. At Grow Generation, we carry thousands of products, from personal home gardens all the way up to large-scale cultivation facilities. So head over to growgeneration.com where you can find the store closest to you, or order online. Use the code DGPT for 10% off your next order.
I know some Fugitives in the past have been kind of a hyzer flip disc. This is going to be a good, ideal disc for flex throwers like myself, or just hyzer shots that you want to go and carry pretty far left. Good grip, good profile. Supreme Fugitive is going to make the bag for me.
Feeling great starts with a great shave. Today, the world is in the palm of your hand. Or at least this can is. For over 100 years, Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
My name is Garrett Gerthy, and I'm the founder of Double G Craft Jerky.
I love the fact that it's resealable. I can just get a little bit, keep my energy levels up, but not eat like a half of a meal in the middle of my round.
My favorite bag is the smashed cracked pepper. That's my perfect salty snack.
This is my go-to, the Saxon Sweet and Spicy. If this bag gets open, there's no need for the seal, because I'm gonna eat it all.
Friendship isn't defined by time spent together,
but rather by moments shared.
Moments that are warm,
exciting,
and new. When you're outfitted for all that's out there,
even the ordinary becomes extraordinary.
So here's to taking a moment to appreciate every moment, made outside together.
When you first sign up for a PDGA membership, you're given a PDGA number. Your PDGA number is a stamp for when you got involved in the sport. It's a badge of pride for players and a part of your disc golf identity. Get your number today. Visit pdga.com/join.
At Discraft, we don't wait to see what the future holds. We build it. The future is in your hands.
Welcome back. We have Missy Ganon here on the tee of 17. Missy, no problems finding the fairway. Kristen, of the group here, has played the last 4 or 5 holes the best. She's 2 under through the last 4. No problems there. Brian, I'd be interested to hear your breakdown of hole number 17 and where you feel like the ideal drives need to be and what they're trying to accomplish. As we're watching Owen just go out of bounds. What do you got for us, Brian?
Well, I think on 17, where you want to be is safe. I mean, not to be too blunt, but the gap is maybe 15 feet at the end of the tunnel that you're throwing through initially. It's hard to get a wind read. You really just want to throw something that is pretty high percentage that you can at least bite a little bit of distance off with, but I don't know. It's just a really tough gap. But you know what? At the end of the fairway on the right side, there's a tree that the crew out here actually has tethered to another tree farther off to the right to open up the canopy a little bit. So instead of cutting the tree down, they just kind of bent it back. Kind of an interesting creative solution to not have to cut some of these trees down and still make it viable for competitive play.
And we're seeing, thank you, Brian, as we're seeing exactly what you were describing up on the right side of the screen there with that tree. Now, back with Ella Hansen, and this is well off the mark, but she does get a good kick into the center of the fairway. Not nearly as punishing as a previous errant drive by her. Here's Missy Veladiaz.
This is such a tricky hole to picture in your mind. There's so much out of bounds. 5th shot there from Missy. She's inside the circle. Par 5, 830 feet on hole 18.
So, and Kristen had gone out of bounds. I may have misspoke a moment ago, but now throwing her 3rd. And the overview shot of our final few holes and out here at the course. Thanks to our friends over at Flight Factory. You can head over to flightfactorydisc.com and use code DGPT2023. Use that code at checkout. Again, thank you to Flight Factory. Make sure you find them online. Go out and do some shopping.
On playing the layup. Oh, you can see how close these 2 holes really are. Missy stepping up to her bogey putt.
Left side, and the spotter is on top of it.
No OB on the left-hand side on 18. Not until you get closer to the pin. Then it's completely surrounded.
And Jessica Weiss will have a tap-in birdie to close out her first round here of the semifinals.
Ella's second shot, middle of the fairway. So we're seeing players with not the most distance choosing to throw their second shot, keep it on the short side, and then their third shot they'll be able to go for the green. In total, it's just over 700 feet. So players with big arms like a Holland Handley here, you can go for the green in 2. She leaves this one low.
Maybe confused by the wind, but certainly looked perplexed with the ending result of that shot. And Missy started the day outside of the cut line. Currently trying to find herself inside of it, and there is no cut today, but she'd like to carry some of that momentum into tomorrow. Bella Diaz sitting in a tie for 5th. Currently tied with this woman, Ella Hansen. Weiss closes out with the birdie, and she is outside of the cut line right now. She's sitting in 10th place. She'll have to make a move tomorrow. No shortage of power for Kristen. She'll have that comeback putt look for bogey. And this is Haley King's second shot. And no doubt about Owen's effort.
The OB surrounds the basket on 17. You have about 20 feet of space, long, left, right. It's easier to lay up short on the pin. Ella throwing over the OB. You know, we see Haley on one side, Ella on the other. We're going to get confirmation of who's in or out. There's just so much lined out of bounds. It can make all the difference when it comes down to tomorrow.
You're seeing right now that the hottest round, at least on your screen, the 3 under by Missy Ganon in terms of the play today. Missy came in with a 4-stroke starting advantage, and hence her score is at 7 under overall. Kristen had 5 strokes, and that's where we also see her at 7 under.
And as we head into tomorrow's round, it's the total. The total of what they shot and the stroke advantage will go into round 2. And then whoever comes out in the top 8 after that will make it to the finals. Very solid putt from Holland.
So now Holland has gone 3 over in the last 2 holes. She's sitting in 4th. Kristen for bogey. And she buries that for the bogey. She's going to fall back to 6 under and will likely be sitting in sole possession of 2nd. Is assuming that Missy converts on this par look. And Ganon has done just that. So she is your outright leader at 7 under.
I'm glad she didn't. I was thinking that just really makes putting look easy. Own bag on the shoulder, umbrella in the hand.
Doesn't seem to matter as we took a look at hole 18 at 830 feet here, Val.
So we see right off of the tee, you gotta get through that gap. It's a wider landing zone once you get through the gap and gradually narrows as you get to the corner. All of that out of bounds on the right hand side is just lined OB, and that wall is also giving the players a good visual. We saw Ella Hansen landing short and then cutting across and trying to reach the pin from there. It really narrows in OB surrounding the basket as we get closer. Elevated pin that the players have to putt on, so if the wind picks up, could make that very scary if you're trying to save yourself. But there's a couple different strategies that you can take on 18. You could ride safe that whole left-hand route, or go for the gold and lay up short and go for the pin if you've got a big distance shot.
That is Kat's 4th, and this is Ella's 6th.
So Ella was on the good side. Haley ended up long. So she's going to mark that OB. And I'm seeing an additional thing to mention is a mandatory way up near that corner. So players can't fully cut off that distance. They have to land where Ella and Haley were in that general area that's short of the mandatory on the left-hand side.
Clean release for Kristen. Making it all the way through the gap.
Nailed it.
And not the worst kick for Scoggins. Holland looking to close out strong. She's really struggled over the last 2 holes. And to be fair, Owen has also gone bogey, and Kristen has picked up a bogey. So Missy really riding the momentum right now, having picked up 2 or more strokes on the rest of the 3 members in this top 4.
And of course, Missy having the hot round today, 3 under par. With these course changes, is making it so much more challenging. Even par is still a solid score.
And Kat Murch, who had such a hot start, remember, she had 4 birdies in the first 5 holes. She actually had 5 birdies in the first 7 holes. And when it was all said and done, she's going to end her day with a 2 over. Ella ends with 3 over par on the day. Or, excuse me, 3 over par on the round, but 1 over ultimately. And Haley King, 2 over for her golf, but even on her scorecard.
Profile.
Green flag for Scoggins. After that recovery shot, we're going to take a look at Own and her 2023 season. Talked about her win at D-Glow, proving that it doesn't matter the style of course, she can still find the top of the podium. Her worst finish is when she wasn't able to complete the World Championships on the FPO side.
And you were telling me, Terry, she came back the following weekend after Worlds and played an event, and the event took place on this course.
Yeah, the Carolina Clash, I believe is what it was. It was an A tier, and Own was able to take that down.
At a time where I'm thinking, okay, well, she was hurt enough to not play Worlds. Maybe she'll take some time, hopefully let her arm heal. She was right back at it that following weekend. And it seems in the mind frame of Own, she knows that it's an issue she's going to deal with. Rest hasn't seemed to help so far, so she's just kind of powering through it. I just hope it doesn't further injure herself. It's tough to keep this out of the woods. A little bit of a skip. Again, there's no OB on the left-hand side.
I know.
And really the mistake you're making and you want to make, go long on a shot like that. This needs to get down.
And very similar landing spot as where we just saw Kristen. Spot her on top of it. As we watch these final few shots, I want to throw it to Brian one last time. Brian, we officially are about to have 1 round in the books on the FPO side. Any parting shots before we let you head off to Tournament Central?
You know, Terry, I think after the 4th round of this tournament, the winner is going to be so tired of making tough decisions that they're just going to fall asleep right there on the green of 18. I mean, this course is exhausting mentally, physically. Man, yeah, it was a really interesting day to kind of unpack this course for the first time competitively. I expect to see some hotter scores as the days move on.
Appreciate it, Brian. As you're saying, not only do they have to figure it out, but it's just a matter of no matter what you did today, good or bad, it all resets tomorrow. And in terms of just mentally resetting, you may have hit 12 fairways and you somehow have to muster up the confidence to do it again tomorrow or even hit more fairways than that. And anytime you connected with something early, short memory yet again and saying, hey, I have to make some adjustments. And we saw some very, very punishing kicks out there. Holland, Handley, Ella Hansen, both of them, a few in particular ones that were just brutal. And
it makes me think about the format that they're playing this year. on a wooded course, you can have a horrible day in the first round, and then the next day can be completely different. And so the fact that these players, they're all going to get 2 rounds at minimum. So even if you played poorly today, you can recover. You can fight your way back. You can play in the finals if you get your mind set and you can kind of push away, like you said, short memory, forget about what happened in round 1.
And I think, two people that perfectly exemplify how things can go. Kat Murch, a super hot start, and then struggled in the back. And then conversely, you look at Haley King, who had a very slow start, but then actually went 2 under in the back 9, just dominating the rest of the division in the back 9 today to keep herself in the conversation for this tournament. Missy clearing the OB with no problem, but now going to have to deal with some of the woods on that left side.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, that is definitely the best spot we've seen a disc land. Owen Scoggins, center fairway, wide open.
And I'm sure, just to hear that reaction for the spectator, we've seen so many players finding the trees on the left. It's been very rare that anybody's landed in the open. So, very, very well-deserved recognition for Owen and our great shot.
And if Owen could have seen it, that would have been the appropriate response out of her as well. Not sure she knows just how dialed up that was in the center of the fairway.
As the fairway narrows in to the green, forcing these players to throw these uncomfortable stretch out shots. Kristen Tattar on a knee. And I'm not sure what happened there.
We're going to take another look at this. I am shocked by what had happened. And I understand she's trying to be careful of not putting too much edge or angle on the disc, knowing that if it catches something, it could potentially catch edge and then roll out of bounds. But that was just a poor release all around there for Kristen. And Holland bringing that right side out of bounds into play in the air by having the nose up as it pushes to the right side OB. She is safe, but also not great. So now it's a matter of, does Kristen have enough arm space and swing space here to get all the way to the pin? It looks like she does.
And it's likely, even if she landed in the open, that she'd be going with the sidearm approach. That's just what she generally feels comfortable with. But I don't think she wanted to leave this much out on the table.
It might not matter with a recovery shot that's that good. So Kristen puts herself just at the edge of bullseye and should be escaping with a par here to close out. That's what we get for second-guessing her for just a moment, or maybe doubting her for a moment. But what you shouldn't second-guess is going out and picking up a subscription to Disc Golf Network. 20% off your first full month. Use code TCLive. Disc Golf Network bringing you some heat even during our slower season. We've got plenty of action lined up. Missy Ganon, forehand, flirts with left side out of bounds, but is in, and she'll have a putt to save par.
A little bit flat.
Another good approach shot there by Holland. So not punished for the lackluster previous shot. And I was just mentioning some off-season content. Well, we're going to have the NADGT National Championships. That's going to be in a couple of weeks. A new season of Finding the Lines featuring Dylan Cease and Paul Macbeth. Our Rewatch Wednesdays, where you can relive some of your favorite rounds and moments with your top pros. And Jomez Pro. Catch the new Jomez Pro shows and off-season content before it hits the YouTubes. Again, all available to you if you're a Disc Golf Network subscriber. 20% off your first month. TC Live is the code.
So with as much trouble as you can get into on 18, our entire feature card is currently putting for par. Ooh, and what a run from Missy.
I thought, you know.
So Missy, with that, will take a bogey. Kristen will have her short putt for par, as that just barely misses. You want to talk about a close shave replay. I feel like right there on the final hole, Missy is likely going to be tied up with Kristen at 6 under after our first round of competition. Kristen in for the par. So Kristen shooting 1 under to add on to her 5-stroke advantage. And our final card clearing out today. And even with a bogey on the final hole, Missy Ganon will still have shot the best score on today's round. And with that, opening round is done. We have 2 rounds within our semifinals, then the cut after tomorrow's round. The top 8 move on for the finals. But Val, we just heard what Brian said, where he said, you know, we think scores will get better as they continue to try and figure out this course. But even those last few holes, they look pretty brutal.
Yeah, it's a tough round physically, but more importantly, mentally. Who are going to be the players that can stick with it, not get too frustrated, be confident in your shots? This is the last tournament of the season. These players need to give it everything they've got, and to know that the best round today was 2 under, it's a tough course to fight through, but it'll pay off.
It certainly will. $40,000 is up for first place and a record-setting overall payout for this weekend's tournament. We're going to take a quick break, and we're going to be back to wrap up the show.
Check out the whole lineup at clashdisc.com.
I know some fugitives in the past have been kind of a hyzer flip disc. This is going to be a good, ideal disc for flex throwers like myself, or just hyzer shots that you want to go and carry pretty far left. Good grip, good profile. Supreme Fugitive is going to make the bag for me.
Nice Valley, Montana, with my family. When we were bored, my parents would just be like, go outside. That's where memories are made. It's such a part of childhood that I feel like is being lost today, and I have desperately tried to instill that into my kids.
Yeah, sure.
Millennium's Quantum Vela is a Speed 7 fairway driver. It's great for hyzers out of the box and seasons into a straight disc. Play smart, keep it simple, throw Millennium. Get yours at golfdisc.com.
When Prodigy asked me if I wanted to do a collab series, the answer was of course yes. I knew I wanted it to be a mid-range with a lot of glide and overstability. The amount of control that I feel that I have with a mid-range is something that gives me a large amount of confidence on the course. This mid-range is unlike any other Prodigy mid. I'm super excited. This disc is going straight in my bag. Cannot wait for it to be out and available for the public to try as well.
Been rocking these polos all year. I love the breathability and comfortability. They've allowed me to perform at a high level. Check them out at flightfactorydisc.com.
With a smooth, clean shave, every day is a clean slate. So who cares if you put all your money in crypto and called your boss an idiot? Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Our first of 2 rounds of the semifinals is in the books. One of our co-leaders is Missy Ganon. We caught up with her after the round.
Joined here in the clubhouse now, Missy Ganon. You are tied for first. Cool. You had a stroke advantage. You had multiple stroke advantage going into this 2-round event, you could say. Did you feel a sense of comfort going into the day?
A little bit. Like I said yesterday in my press conference, I tried to make sure I thought as if it was a clean slate and just try to shoot the best that I can today and not think about the stroke advantage, because come the final 2 days, it's not going to be in existence. So as long as I can keep that mindset, I think it'll be good to just build off of that.
Well, you shot the hot round today, 2 under par.
Okay.
Only 3 players shot under on the day.
Well,
talk about Nevin. Talk about the mindset you have to take into the course.
Yeah, I feel like the bogeys just kind of creep out of nowhere. You even if you advance up the fairway a bit, you might have just a weird tree in your way or stance problem, and just makes it a little uncomfortable out there. So scrambling is huge, but as long as you can minimize the mistakes and keep them to singles, you're still gonna have to get the birdies though. So yeah.
Well, let's zoom in on that 2 under par. Satisfied with the number?
Yeah, pretty satisfied. Had a couple of late. A couple of bogeys sprinkled out throughout the round, but was feeling really good about the birdies I was picking up. So even surprised myself a little bit on some of those harder holes. But I feel good. Yeah.
Well, got one more round really before the reset tomorrow. Good luck, Missy. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Great.
Cool. Thanks.
Thank you, Missy.
And you know I love you. Of course.
And hearing from Missy Ganon, who had, like we said, the hot round at 2 under today. And also one thing that I noticed, 3 out of our 4 top card competitors They had only one OB on the day, and it all came on the exact same hole in which it happened. That's obviously relevant because you start thinking about how we're going to be closing out tomorrow when they're looking at a cut line, and then when you're closing out for a $40,000 first place prize. Those last two holes, certainly a little bit dicey. We'll see if they continue to kind of figure them out over the next couple days.
Yeah, and if the weather can maintain, not show us too much more rain or too much more wind, but yeah, they have to know the distances and their strategy and how far they can throw and if they should lay up. There's so much to think about, even though they are the most wide open holes that they see on the course. They do provide a lot of challenge.
Yeah, and maybe reflect on the patience and or the mentality that they have to have. We're talking about hot score today, just 2 under, and only 3 of the scores being under par at all. What does that do for you mentally when you're looking at a long weekend, potentially 4 rounds of it?
Yeah, I think what Missy said was perfect. You know, you could be playing really well, throwing the shots that you're dreaming up in your head, then you're in a weird position. You might get stuck behind a tree, or you have, you know, a couple skinny trees between you and the basket for your putt. You know, it's kind of luck of the draw when you're playing on such a technical course like this. So I think on one side, the player's feeling very confident because they're throwing well, but then there's the frustration when you're not in the perfect position and, you know, those good shots aren't paying off. So the players that are the most mentally strong, those are the ones that are going to succeed this weekend.
Well, and I'll add on that. Think about the number of times today we saw a good shot or even potentially a great shot kick up and roll. You know, get up on edge and roll, whether it was into a ravine or just roll away from the basket on a slight slope. That always can happen as well, even with some of the best shots. The scoring, for the most part, took place on the front end of the course, and that means the back end, when we're closing out, is when things get even tighter and more contested. So we're in for a long weekend of great golf, hopefully, and certainly it's going to be a battle earning that insane paycheck of $40,000 for first. First of 4, we get to take a look, though. Our first of 4 OTB shots of the day. Let's take a look at today, the opening round. Val, you got a guess?
Oh, there's too many shots.
Too many.
All I'm remembering are a lot of tree kicks at the moment. I just got to get some time to debrief.
I would say anyone that remained tree-free could be a shot of the day at this point.
Any shot.
Yes, because that was a difficulty in itself. And, it was very early on in the day. And, yes, no trees were harmed here. Katrina Allen.
Katrina?
Oh, darn, it did get even a tree there, but she would go on to convert the birdie there. Katrina Allen, the roller on hole 1. Also the only roller that we saw on hole 1, the creativity. And she gets it to pay off. So our OTB shot of the day to Katrina Allen. And this afternoon, we're going to be kicking off on the MPO side with our semifinals. Of course, we'll have a pregame show with Tournament Central. All that will come to you starting at 2 p.m. Eastern or 11 a.m. Pacific. For Brian Earhart out on the ground, along with Valerie Jenkins, I'm Terry Miller. We'll see you this afternoon for the semifinals of the MPO at the Disc Golf Pro Tour Championships presented by Barbasol.
And good afternoon, disc golf fans. Welcome to Charlotte, North Carolina. Round 1 of the Disc Golf Pro Tour Championship is complete for your FPO division. And it's Tournament Central time to recap the action. Brian Earhart, Nate Perkins. No surprise that after one day, our top 2 seeds are going to be at the top. 5 strokes and 4 strokes under par going into the first day. Nate, how important are those?
Those strokes are everything. I mean, you kicked off the broadcast calling them tree kick insurance. And I love that bit because that's exactly what it ended up being. I mean, Nevin is just so unpredictable. And it's such a mental task to make it through all 18 holes. I felt like it's so entertaining on the network here because it's so unpredictable. Normally, like, we can kind of kick back and predict the shots that are coming, the shapes that are coming, and even the scores that these players might shoot. And today we were kind of off the mark. We thought maybe no one would shoot under par. And who do we have? We have Missy Ganon at the top at 2 under par on the round. What do you think about that too?
Well, you know what, Nate, here's the thing that I have to say. Whenever we say something like that, it feels like we're conditioned after watching years of FPOTs be placed in the wrong positions to think that the best players in the world are going to shoot over par on a course like this. But really, this is a really well-designed FPO course. Yet again, we've designed a property where players can score, and we see under par scores. And I think we can see those players who are under today go even farther under tomorrow. The thing about Nevin that I love so much is that there are decisions to be made off the fairway now. A lot of times when you rope off the sides of the fairway, make it out of bounds, you take away one of the beautiful elements of our game, which is that creative scrambling where the individuality can really come out. And we saw that out there today. Kristen Tattar on top. No surprise, she had 5 strokes going into the day, but she had the fewest bogeys of anybody in the field. How important is that going to be?
I mean, the deal with this format, of course, she's nearly a shoe-in. She's 6 above the cut line now, Brian, but she doesn't get to keep those strokes in the final 2 rounds, which I think would have been too much of an advantage if we're talking about taking those strokes all the way to the end. But they certainly helped Kristen today. She started off a little slow. She had a lot of deep circle 2 looks that she just didn't connect on. Her first birdie wasn't there until hole 6. Followed it up with a bogey on the 7th, and then this beautiful downhill tee shot. She actually chooses to cross the creek in 1, and then it's just a chip up to the basket there for the birdie on 8.
Yeah, she looked exactly how I thought she was going to look, Nate. Just under control, calm, hitting this beautiful putt here. I mean, she didn't make a lot of big mistakes, just like she said. She got off the fairway. She didn't try to do too much. She just got back on the fairway, got up and down. And on a course like this, being able to get up and down from an uncomfortable spot is exactly what you're going to have to do. We did hear from Kristen after her round today. Let's listen to what she had to say. Joining us now, tied for first after the first day, Kristen Tattar. I'm going to ask you a similar question I asked to Missy. You had 5 strokes going into today, and that's going to benefit you for these 2 rounds. Did you feel a sense of comfort going into the first day?
I mean, of course, it's nice to have strokes, but in the woods anything can happen. So I can't say I felt comfortable, but it was nice having those strokes.
You had 3 bogeys on the day. That was actually the fewest of the entire field. So I guess pretty solid.
Yeah.
Can you talk about how you managed the course, how well you felt like you scored out there?
I mean, like Missy said, you just have to minimize the mistakes. I feel like I got pretty well off the tee and did not make any major mistakes. Just tried to keep it simple, as simple as possible out there.
With how wooded this course is there much strategy you can implement throughout the week?
I can't say. I mean, you just have to hit the fairways, and that's all. I try to look how the fairway shape and decide if I go with the backhand or the forehand, and some of those gaps I feel like I throw better with the forehand, just looking at the gaps. So that's all the strategy I have.
Well, one more round before the reset tomorrow. Good luck, Kristen. We'll see you out there.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
And you can watch the Disc Golf Pro Tour Championship and more live pro disc golf coverage here on the Disc Golf Network. Use the code TCLIVE at checkout for 20% off your first month subscription. Scan the QR code or hit the link in the description below to subscribe today and wrap up this 2023 disc golf season and head on into the off season with much more content to take in. And with that, Nate, we have one more round tomorrow before the Great Reset and another 2-round stroke play event starts up. Missy Ganon shot a solid round today. She shot the hot round, 2 under par. Just like we said, she was hitting gaps.
Yep.
She looked very comfortable. What do you make of it?
No, the tightest gaps out here set up great for Missy's little baby Annie Thrasher shots, and more importantly than whether or not she was going to make it in was, for me at least, was she going to be able to play better than Kristen, Owen, Holland, Ella, those competitors that are going to be in her way of taking down the big money. And this is where Missy got that name, Big Money Missy, is winning the Tour Championship. Of course, that was just down the street at Hornets Nest Park, but today I felt like Missy looked like the better player at Nevin, and I think she could take it to the house all the way. She, of course, struggled on that back nine, and Brian, how much more difficult did that back nine play? I mean, Ella Hansen 5 over on the back nine, birdie free. I mean, we finally got our first look at 17 and 18. But before I ask you that, I want to talk to you about the other highest rated player in the field, Owen Scoggins. What'd you think of her game today?
She looked great. I actually thought she was the best looking player on the course for most of the round today. You know, she had a couple of bad tree kicks that put her in positions that were tough to scramble out of, but she put it 100% from C1, 33% from C2, and it's again, Nate, she's in pain every single time that she putts. She is grinding out this final tournament, and again, for her, I think adrenaline is going to take her to the finish line. We could see Owen win this tournament very easily. I mean, if she has a couple better breaks, that's a 3-4 under par, no problem. I think she's going to be putting the same way she's been putting all weekend. I thought she was pretty solid. We talked about that flex forehand, kind of squeezing into the woods. I told this to Terry. I think we underestimate her absolute control over the flex shot.
Yeah.
She doesn't always drag it out and stretch the fairways as much. I'm noticing her tighten up the flex lines a little bit more. She's got a lot of tricks up her sleeve, even if it's still coming out at that higher arm slot. With that said, we did talk to Owen Scoggins after her round. Let's take a listen. And joining us now, Owen Scoggins, 1 under par in the day. You're 4 under par total. You're just 2 strokes off the lead right now. How did you feel about the day?
Feeling okay, you know, just like make mistake here and there, and overall, you know, I'm happy with my putting. Save a lot of par or bogey with the putting. But the driving is kind of like here and there. Hey, Nevin, you know, so.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. What expectations do you have when you play out here? Can you even have any with how wooded this course is?
My expectation, you know, actually today even if I shot just even, I'll be happy. I was thinking about whatever you do, just shot even today. And -1 was like pretty stoked for me, because compared with my drive today was like, it can go wrong, more wrong than this, but yeah, like I said, the putting was like pretty awesome today. Upshot was like here and there, and then went OB like, I think like 1 or 2 times, whatever, and hit the tree. That's normal. I thought I had my remote control will work today, but it's not. I mean, you know, looking for tomorrow.
Well, I want to talk about the putting. You were 100% from circle 1 and 33%
No way, you
from
lie.
circle 2. Don't lie.
Oof,
Numbers don't lie, Owen. Talk about how the putt is feeling. You mentioned in the past that with this injury you're dealing with, it hurts to putt. Is that still the case or not really today?
Yeah, it is. I forced myself to putt more this weekend. I should not. But because I feel like it's so important. Come on, guys, it's 40K. I was like, normally when I playing, and I'm not putting. Last week I'm just kind of like chill. But this week I forced myself. Okay, practice and go putt. Yesterday I'm probably do like 50 or 60, and you know, and it's hurt. It's hurt. Like the day before, 2 days before too. Like I said, after this one too, I have to like force myself to putt. I know it's not healthy for my arm, but I feel like I have to. This is too big. Then I could not think anything else. So I whatever I have to make my putting solid, I have to do it.
Well, just one more round before the reset tomorrow, Owen. Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, on hole number 11, Owen goes with an aggressive flex forehand. And this, Nate, was number 12, sorry. This was the closest I have ever been to being smacked by a disc. That was my wake-up call, Nate.
That's a clean dodge,
right
Brian.
in the landings. And the tough part about this course is if you're a camera person in the catch cam or you're in a position where I am behind the green, so many of the shots come in blind. So you're trying to get a view without distracting the player, and just so happened that she had thrown and I was not set yet. And yeah, luckily we dodged and the internet will not explode. Moving on to another day. With that said, wrapping up Tournament Central, we have MPO action coming up in just under 20 minutes. We'll see you very soon. Brian Earhart, Nate Perkins signing off, but not for long. Bye.